not be able to remember it, correct? Good job, round of applause one more time for our brother. Next, introduce yourself, okay? Tell us where you're from and what you expect from our 2-day course. Can you do that? Additional, on the spot. Okay? Just a short introduction and what you expect from being here today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. J. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Zulkarnain, and mostly people call me Zul or Zulkarnain or Jul. And I'm from this mosque, Istiqlal, and I teach in Madrasah Istiqlal Jakarta. I expected to this program is improve my skill, my language skill, and leadership skills. Thank you. Amazing.
Good. Very good job. Breathe. Okay. Each student, each participant, I'm going to ask you a different question, okay? Alright? Good job. Mr. Zul, thank you for your time. You did a great job. Next. Don't worry, don't panic. Just come to the front. It's okay.
My name is Muhammad Alamsyah. I am from Sulawesi, South Sulawesi, Sulawesi Aljawiya, and this city live in Serpong, BSD. And
what do you expect from this course?
Can improve in English bahasa Inggris.
In what?
Yeah.
Improve in?
My language English.
Very good. Clap your hands. Don't worry. The more practice you have, the more comfortable you will be, okay? The sisters, are you part of the program? Yeah. No. Okay.
Voice of Istiqlal.
Okay. Her English is very good. She was the MC already. Next, you sir. Question is, how do you feel about the program so far?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sultan. You can call me Sultan. I'm from Lampung, but here I stay in Cakung, West Jakarta. So I'm really enjoy following this program because I think it's very important to learn English for religious purpose, because we are Muslims. We have to have English skill for now, because English is one of the part important in our life. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good job. No last minute panic, okay? Relax. Calm, breathe. Silence is communication, okay? So don't worry. Saying nothing also means something. Alright? Next, sister. Sister, first this way. Don't worry. She has the full setup.
Yeah. Record the video.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor I can join this program. I'm from the Center of Islamic Research and Development, or well known as Jakarta Islamic Center. The same with Mrs. Rina. And I'm very happy today, and thank you for the opportunity that Istiqlal gives and invite Jakarta Islamic Center. And what I expect from this program, I want to know more about Islamic vocabulary, and so I can explain to international guests who come to Jakarta Islamic Center, because we have limited words. So from that vocabulary, I think it's very useful for leaders or for imam to explain to international guests who come to JIC. Thank you.
Very good job. So I think it's about almost 10 pages of basic vocabulary. I hope it's useful for you. Check sound. Good afternoon. It's a great afternoon. One more time. Good afternoon. It's a great afternoon. Praise be to God. Very good. Next. You panicking? You want him to go first? Second line? Oh, there's no line here? Okay. It's okay. And next. Time is up.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oh my God. A very long time to speak English language, but now I want to speak English language. Introduce my name. My name is Istiqlal. I'm from East Jakarta, Cakung, but yes, Cakung maybe not Kelurahan. That's my program is district my program. I study here. I'm from with foundation. My foundation is Single Usaha. Maybe I'm studying here. I want to bring to my foundation. Is there? Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good job. Sir, so inshallah, hopefully, God willing, you can bring back some beneficial English knowledge and communication skills to your respective districts. So tell us what you expect today. Okay? Understand what you expect. Go ahead.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All praise to Allah, the King of the King, and the King of the King, and the Master of everything. Okay, my name is Fikri Hidayat, and can call me Fikri. I'm from Serang, Banten, and now I'm living in Ciputat as a student of university. Win Sharif Hidayatullah Jakarta. I hope we can from this session we can improve and practicing our language because practice makes perfect.
Good job. Clap your hands for Fikri, right? Very good. Sister, your turn. Don't worry, no escape. Just breathe, relax. Welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
One more time. Good afternoon. My name is HolyEmbassy, and actually I can't speak English because I only religion teacher in elementary school. SD, yeah. Can I speak Bahasa? I'm sorry. And the question was.
What do you expect today?
Oh, I don't too many expect because I want to improve my English and then same like him practice make perfect. Just only that. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good job. See, it was easy, right? No need to panic. It's easy. We're all here to learn.
Sumber aku, I hope is apa ya tadi?
Wait. What do you want to achieve today?
Knowledge of English.
Okay.
Itu aja.
Okay.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Walaikum salam. Good try. You want to achieve knowledge. The K is silent. Knowledge. Brother, the time is yours. Yes, your time.
Thank you, Mr. Zen. I'd like to introduce myself. Before that, I will say peace before us here. Actually, this is a long time I'm not speaking English, but maybe now I would like to practice it again. What I'm expecting in this program is just really important and significantly meaningful for us as the future leaders. Because maybe one of us will not marry, so it will be lead his wife. And I'm expecting here also to join this program. This is to again a network, because a communication without network will be denied. It will be rejected. It will be bound, right? So network should be have along with the message in the communication. So communication, there is a message, also there is a network to gain, to make its goal. Maybe this is things that I can share to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Great job. Next.
Okay guys, Bismillah. For the first, let me introduce myself. I'm Fahri Baginanur, you can call me Fahri. Actually, I come from South Sulawesi, and actually I'm part of Istiqlal, but now I'm postponed because I'm continuing my study in IIIU University. About my I was expected here. Well, I remember one quote that Al-Lughatu hiyal ada. Language is about habit, right? So I think in this occasion, I hope that I can go from the darkness to the lightness in terms of happiness. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Good job, good job. Language is a habit. Very good point. Brother, very good point. Thank you. The question for you is, how are you feeling? Okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. I'm Muhammad Rizky. I'm from East Jakarta, because we can call it Kampung Rambutan. I don't know what we call in English Kampung Rambutan. So actually I'm an Arabic teacher. So actually I speak Arabic. But today we will learn about English together. So I feel enjoy, I feel happy, because it's very interesting what we say program. So I hope can learn a lot from this program. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Clap your hands for him. Very good job. I thought you were going to say feeling hungry. Okay, sir. Welcome to the front. It's okay. Strategy. Strategy.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name Abdul Rashid. I'm from Citayam, Bogor. I'm proud of my skill, expert in here, delivering a khutbah at the Singapore State Mosque.
Good job. Thank you so much. He has aspirations and desires with a strategy. Good strategy. Next. This says mumpung.
is Aulia Zulkarnain. We have twins name. Okay, I live in Bogor, and my expectation here, I hope this association 3 days of Holy Ramadan with Singapore gonna be this experience for us, especially for me, and may Allah bless us. Amin.
Good job.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Jamalul Layem. We are here head of subsection religious and youth development Masjid Istiqlal. Welcome to Masjid Istiqlal. Masjid Istiqlal, the biggest mosque in Southeast Asia. With the capacity 200,000 people. We pray together here. After Ramadan, Idul Fitri and Idul Adha. This course I think very important because we can increase our language. The Ministry of Tourism go to a lot of countries. Come to Jakarta, come to Indonesia. Now, the tourism come to Indonesia, come to Jakarta. Come to Jakarta, come to Indonesia, not only for looking the beautiful Indonesia, but also we can tell them how about Islam. Indonesia, majority of Islam. This is our dakwah. The Kaprabari call to Islam. Dakwah call to Islam. And then I think this is the good time for them. We introduce Islam. What we say, Islam is peaceful and other. And then the tourism come to Indonesia, come to Jakarta, not only for looking the beautiful Indonesia, but also we can tell them about Islam. Thank you.
Very good, very good. In Japanese we say iklan sek. Good job, good job. Thank you very much for the information. Last but not least, you sure nobody in the back, huh?
Egyptian, please Egyptian.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will introduce myself. I'm Nel Murad. You can call me Nel Murad. I'm from South Sulawesi, but right now I live in Jakarta. And the last, my expectation in I hope join to this program. Just I want to improve my insight about the leadership training and language. Thank you.
Good job. Round of applause for us all. Good, good. I'll tell you something. My expectations for you all has exceeded. Your English is very good, mashallah. Very good job. So it'll be easier for me to communicate with you. Okay, sir, can we play this video when I say go? So this is going to be our workshop for today. Here, everyone knows who this is, right? Everyone knows? Mufti Bing. He's explaining the 5 pillars of Islam, right? And he goes on also to speak a little bit about the pillars of Iman. But this is an example that I want you all to explain to the class in your group after the prayer break, okay? Sir, can you play back at 7.5? Because this is speaking very fast. Play back. The speed, playback speed. I think it's here. On settings. Yeah, there. Playback, yeah. Speed, yeah. There. Yeah, that one. Okay, now play. He speaks very fast, so I'll slow it down for you.
said, there is none worthy of worship besides my Maker. We call him Allah because he calls himself Allah, which refers to the worshipped one. And I bear witness that Muhammad, peace be upon him, is his messenger. The 5 daily prayers, the fasting in the month of Ramadan, the charities, if I'm a wealthy person, to give to poor people, and if once in my lifetime, if I can, I will go for Hajj. Do you believe that in principle? Yes, I do. Number 2, do you believe in the 6 pillars of faith? What are they? Amantu billahi, I believe in Allah. Wa malaikatihi, and the angels. Angels exist. Wa kutubihi, and the books, the Injil and so on. All of the previous books that were given to the previous prophets, you believe in them in principle? Yes, I do. Wa rusulihi, and all the messengers, respectfully. We do not agree with previous scriptures that have spoken bad about any of the messengers or prophets of Allah. We believe they were honorable men, and whatever negativity is there in a disrespectful way, we deny it. Islam does not agree with it. They say Lot slept with his daughters, astaghfirullah, we don't agree. They say Jesus had an affair, astaghfirullah, that is blasphemous. We don't agree with this. They say Mary had an affair, we don't agree with that either, and so on. So, in principle, even Solomon and David, they have really bad things to say about them. For us as Muslims, they were honorable, they were the best of the best, and Allah chose them. You would not have chosen otherwise. If I'm an imam in the masjid, and you know bad about me, it's your right. If you want to walk out, you can walk out. Why? Because I don't feel comfortable behind this person who's a thug, he's a robber, he's a cheat, he's a scum of society. I must leave my salah behind him, no chance. Just like your zakat. You have your money to give a poor person, but he's a drunkard, a drug addict. You have a right to say, I don't want to give you, because
as today's Islam is a different understanding, but let's talk about it from the social point of view. Socially, this movement gave power and human rights to black people, gave the young boys jobs. They had their newspaper, they were selling newspaper, they had bakeries, they had truck companies. So it brought them from being a less society where they were number 2, number 3. You cannot even go in the same restaurant as the Caucasian race or the white people. So this is happening in 1960, still happening. So 1960 was when my grandfather joined this movement alongside with the boxer, you know, Muhammad Ali. Also Malcolm X is a historic figure in the United States, to where he joined, and they began to search for the reality and meaning of life. So young guys, they had an army. It's called FOI. They call them Freedom Fighters of Islam or something like this. I don't remember the exact name, but they were running 10 kilometers every morning. They were eating healthy food. They stopped doing all the things that they previously were doing, drugs and alcoholics and all these things. So, as a human, we see this as a great thing, even though the way they practice Islam was different from us. Okay? So, me personally, I believe, has anyone seen the movie My Name is Khan? Yes. So, that principle of life I hold. That principle of life I hold, my family holds, everyone holds. Which is, there's only 2 people in the world. There's good people and bad people. So we don't, regardless of your religion, that's up to you and God, not up to us. Whatever you decide to practice, that's between you and God, not up to us. Our job is to be an example of a good human being, right? If you not have watched this movie, watch it. It's called My Name is Khan. I'm not a terrorist. Okay? So I believe in this principle. There's only 2 people in the world. Good people and bad people. That's it. So just make sure you are amongst the good people, regardless of what religion you follow, what faith you have. That's between you and God. Our job is to just convey goodness and be an example of goodness. You agree? So back to the story. They didn't practice like we practice. But like I said, there's good people and bad people. And this brought the young people who they imagined their life was nothing. I'm going to be a slave, I'm less, I serve the white people, and that's it. So this movement came and brought them out of this through many social abilities and financial, all types of things. Okay, so fast forward. So, and then my father was born. My grandfather has 17 children. 17, 1-7.
Whoa.
Yeah. Football team plus bench warmers. 3 mothers. But one mother had 9 was the most.
Unbelievable. That's not.
He's still alive. May Allah bless him. He's 84 now. So, my father was born. He was from his second wife, my grandmother. And they started, at this time was the 70s. The 70s, now we start having more exposure to the world. And they started having communities, people, teachers from overseas come to United States and preach Islam. Okay, so you following the story? So now my grandfather decided he wants to search for more. He was in the social party, he was in that movement, but he wanted more. He said, because this something that was not very good, the doctrine of this community was white people is devil, black people is God. Have you ever heard the word nigga? Yeah, don't say that, but I'll tell you what it means. Ni gods, we are gods. So he was like, I'm not God. So he started searching. So after he started searching, they had conferences, like people who come from South Africa, from the Arab Peninsula, and start coming and having summer camps. So in this summer camp, as like a retreat, my father was there, and my mother came from Sweden to one of these retreats. So that's how my mother met my father, at one of these summer camps. Because back then there's no Google, there's no Facebook, there's none of this. So everything was offline. Okay? So that's how they came, and then she went back to Sweden, and then the next year she came again. When she came, she wasn't Muslim. She was just learning, you know, checking, searching. Because her family, my grandfather at the time was Christian, and my mother's mother was Buddhist till now. Not Buddhist, Hindu. So my grandmother from my mother's side is Hindu, and then her father was Christian, and she became Muslim. So imagine in the family, we had 3 religions. Living happily with no problem. Because why? We believe there's good people and there's bad people. And your religion is between you and your God. Right? Our job is just to preach goodness. Right? So, short story, my mother, she has siblings, but she was the only one who became Muslim in the United States. So, from there, she went back to Sweden and came back to the United States. And my dad said, okay, I can't let her go again, so they got married. At this time was 1992. 1992, my dad was 18, my mom was 18. So that's why me and my dad are like friends, because when they were 19, I was born. The first child. So after that, my father had teachers who came from outside. And then my father traveled outside also. He went to Kosovo, Bosnia, Pakistan, various areas searching for knowledge. And then he came back and said, what he wants for him is to be homeschooled and learn as many languages as possible and learn as much as knowledge as possible. So he needs to do it in home. Because in public schools, they don't teach Chinese, they don't teach Urdu, they don't teach Arabic. So my father, with his teacher, was teaching him this. And then my father, when he had children, he wanted to do the same thing. He wanted to teach his kids Arabic, he wanted to teach his kids Persian, he wanted to teach his kids about the religion in home, because the public schools, there was no Muslim schools. So the government at that time did not allow homeschooling. So after that, long story, we moved different places until my dad's teacher got the inspiration to come to Indonesia. So in Indonesia, it's freedom. You know what they say, America is the land of the free, Indonesia is more free. So we can continue to be homeschooled, and that's how, like you said, 6 languages to me is nothing. My dad speaks 11 languages. So, because he was homeschooled and learned by himself. So anyway, this is a short version of the story as per request. So I'm telling you the journey of how I came to Indonesia. So on the purpose of finding a place to where it was legal to homeschool your children and to teach them freely, that was the base for my family to make hijrah or pilgrimage to Indonesia. So my father can raise his children as he liked, you know. So that's a little bit of the background story. Next was, after 10 years of being here, my father, as I'm the oldest child, my father had a store in the United States. So when he moved here, he could not work. You know, he's a foreigner, cannot get a job, could not speak Bahasa. So he had to figure out a way to make money. So he started bringing batik to America. Batik, and then at the time, silver from Jogja was very famous. Like ladies' earrings and stuff, but now no more silver in Jogja. So my father was taking stuff from Indonesia and selling in America. At the meantime, I was here, my whole family was here. So after that, as I'm the oldest child, I turned 18 today. 2 days he sent me on an airplane back to America to work. So he's like, okay, my investment on you as a child is done. Now you go work. And then my dad came back here. So I went to the United States for 4 years. When I was 18 to 22, I went back to work for the family business. And then when it got established and everything went well, in the meantime, I went to college. It was for free. So I wanted to test my dad, basically. I was testing my dad. I said, I don't feel smart. I was homeschooled. All my friends school, international school, Al-Azhar school, this school, that school. I'm homeschooled. I didn't feel smart. But my dad always told me, as long as you know Arabic and you know Quran, you're smart. But I didn't believe him. So he told me, you don't need to go to college. Just work. You're already working, you have a job. What do you need to go to college for? But I wanted to prove that I needed to study. So I took my high school diploma. It's just in America, you just take a test. And then you graduate, you have high school diploma. It's not like here you need to this pocket. No, in the United States, as long as you're 17, you can take the high school diploma. So I took it and passed. I was like, oh, okay. I'm not that dumb. And then my dad was like, see, I told you, don't worry. And then the government gave me a scholarship and paid me to go to college, $1,000 every semester. So I said, why not? So I went to college and I got bored. Like 2 years in college, I got bored. The standard of college, to me, was boring. And it was dangerous. Like my friends all had guns in class. Imagine, in class.
That's legal?
No, yeah. 100%. And then after class, they all smoke marijuana, legal. Yeah. And I was like, no. I didn't feel comfortable. I said, in Indonesia, no way. The police don't even have guns here. Imagine you sitting in class. What if he gets mad? If you make him angry, What's stopping him? No, it happens every day. You just don't see it on the news. Every day somebody dies by gun. So I felt uncomfortable. I said, no, I should listen to my dad. Maybe this is not the place. This was a lower class school, you know? It's a government school. Wasn't a very expensive high school like Harvard and things like this. So I didn't feel comfortable in college because of the circumstances. I felt unsafe. And you know, I'm human. If you hang around somebody who smokes marijuana every day, I don't care how island you are, you're gonna do it too. You know, your surroundings is the one who makes you, right? You hang around pious people, you become pious. You hang around people who are not pious, you become not pious. So I told my dad, no, I can't. He said, I told you, you can study online, you can study this. So finally I dropped out and came back to Indonesia. That was 2015. So since 2015, I came back, I started teaching English as my way of living. So since 2015 until 2024 now, my experience is teaching in schools all over Indonesia. Surabaya, Sumatra, everywhere. Big schools, small schools, the whole 9 yards. This is one of my passions is to teach English. So that's, as per request, a short story. Thank you very much. So the point of the story, now we're a bit more free, yeah? So our brother has, I can tell you some more things. The point is hijrah. So my parents, I do not understand how they did it. Imagine, hijrah, when you leave from a country you are from, you're comfortable, you have money, you have house, you have everything, and leave everything and move to a foreign country where you know nothing. No bahasa, no nothing. And no money. So that's I was a baby, I didn't care, I didn't have any choice. I was 7 years old. But the lesson for me was how my parents sacrificed their whole life for their children to have an Islamic education. So that's the point, the story that I always share about my parents, that I could never thank them enough because it's not my choice. If they would have left me in America, I'll be like my friends with gun and marijuana too. So alhamdulillah, Allah saved me from that because of my parents. Because my dad's, all his friends are either in jail or dead. All his friends. He has one friend that's still alive. My dad's from his childhood. So he did not want this to happen to his kids. So now Islam is much more free in America. It's much more accepted. But in these times, especially after 9/11, you cannot imagine. It's very difficult. So from heart to heart, brother to brother, the point of the story is that in our life, we must make hijrah. The Prophet had made hijrah. Whether it's from a habit, whether it's from a place, whether it's from people, at some point in your life, you have to make a sacrifice when you give up everything for something better. It may be a partner, it may be your old friends, it might be your family. Some people have to leave their home. So, moral of the story, as the Prophet, may Allah be pleased with him and his family and his companions, every Prophet had to make hijrah at some point of their life, to where they sacrificed, the story of sacrifice, to have a better way of life, to protect your religion and make it better. Okay, we got it? Enough for now? If we were talking the detail, we'll be here till Fajr, Sahur together. Okay, so we get 1 point, yeah? We must make hijrah. Somebody on the computer? Keep practice. Next, please. Sorry. So the story, this is the story that I wanted to tell you from the beginning, but out of respect, I hold back. Okay, respect for our brother from Singapore. But now I will tell you. This story is a true story. True story. My friend experienced himself. In the beginning I told you, but now I'll tell you the full story. The dangers of mistranslation of the Quranic terminology. This brother was born a Muslim. Okay? Born Muslim, raised a Muslim. He met a Catholic or a Christian person in Samara. And the man asked him, this is a depiction of shaitan here. Right? Always want to make difference. Perpecahan. We don't agree with this. There's two people, good people and bad people. But this is a true story of faith. Okay? Next please. Because of the tafsir of this ayah, this man who was born Muslim, raised Muslim, became Christian. After this one tafsir. True story. Allah is the witness. He said, this Christian man came to him and said, you are Muslim. The Prophet Muhammad, may Allah be pleased with him, is a Muslim. Tell your whole life you're still asking Allah to guide you on the straight path. That means you don't believe you're on the straight path. Careful, listen carefully. This is a true story. The man, born Muslim, raised Muslim, became Christian because of this translation. Don't look down on here. He said, guide us on the straight path. If you're asking Allah, every salat, 5 times a day, your prophet whom you follow is asking God this, that means you do not believe you are on the straight path. Question mark. He went bingo. He said, okay, I don't want no more Islam. He said, because Jesus have saved us, we sure he's going to be saved? We are sure. We don't need to ask him to save us. We don't need to ask to keep us on the straight path. We know, we believe, yakin, we are on the straight path. You're still ragu. You still don't believe you're on the straight path. Because of this, you book out Google and said, guide us along the straight path. But Arabic, beautiful language, the most beautiful language, the language of the angels, the language of heaven, you must understand. Al-Mustaqim can mean straight, steadfast. You know what steadfast means? Steadfast means you're going straight, you don't look right, you don't look left, you don't look behind, you're straight, consistent, going forward. Focused. Mustaqim means persistent. You know what persistent means? Without any tiredness, you keep walking. Every day, day and night, Monday to Sunday, day, rain, salju, anything, you're still persistent. Next, al-mustaqim. Continuous, never ending. Al-Mustaqim, Istiqlal, habit, ritual, without changing, without wavering, without any godaan. Remember, this one translation made someone who was born Muslim to leave Islam because somebody told him, guide us along the straight path, and another faith came to him and said, you are not sure about your own religion. Why you need to ask God to guide you on the straight path? Why didn't he know? Communication. He could not communicate what this vast word al-mustaqim means. Which means all of these. You know how they have coffee mix 3 in 1? Arabic is coffee mix 3 musal. Right? Yes. This is a true story. I'm not making this up. 15 years, another Muslim explained to him this, and he came back to Islam. True story. Okay? Our job is not to force. Our job is not to impose. Our job is to do good and call to good. Correct? Do good and call to good. We're not saying anything negative about any other religion, but we know in our hearts, ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Does not only mean guide me on the right path with the notation I'm on the wrong path. Because ragu, shaitan, means you finished. Following me?
Yes.
This is the advance that I wanted to explain to you. True story. The importance of the Imam to be able to communicate the word of God is so important someone you speak to can lose their religion. Lucky he did not die. What if he died a Christian? What would happen?
Go to hell.
Wallahu a'lam. Right? So it's your job. It's your mouth. You are the one who is communicating to people the vast meaning of the Arabic language and of the book of God. So, al-mustaqim, istiqamah, from the word qama means to what? Stand. Right? Stand firm. That means you're not shaking. There's a saying in Arabic, ma yahazur rih, means that you're so istiqamah that when a tornado comes, you don't move. Right? So this is so important.
Excuse me.
Yes.
When I read this first, I remember the lyric of Masjid, inshallah. Let my step and don't let me go straight. You're the only one that makes me do it.
Yeah.
Maybe Masjid take on straight.
Maybe.
Because you are the lyrics.
Yeah. Guide my step.
Don't let me go straight.
But don't think that we are hesitant. Don't think we have questions. We know we're on the right path. If we're not, why are we here? Right? But if somebody who doesn't know, you need to be able to explain to them. Correct? So, this is point number 1. Once you get the understanding of how vast and how specific you need to be in detail, without assuming the person we are talking to knows. Right? Maybe we understand. We know fully, 100%, Ihdina Sirat al-Mustaqim does not mean guide us on the right path because we are doubtful that we are on the right path. We know. But you cannot assume who you're talking to knows. Okay? Next, please. The next one I was saying. Fear. This is a dangerous word. Okay? Taqwa, in some translation on Google, always said, have fear to God. Be afraid of God. If you are afraid of your creator, of your God, because you are afraid of punishment, that means your religion is not advanced. So this is the true translation of the word taqwa, which is vast. An awe-filled awareness. You know what awe means? Awe is, bahasa Indonesia is takjub. Like awesome. The word awesome is like you're full of amazement. Right? An awe-filled awareness. True. Aware means sadar. 100% aware of who God is. If you tell them, you need to fear God. Why do you need to fear God? I want to love God and I want to fear God. Right? But an awe-filled awareness and consciousness. Kesadaran, penuh kesadaran. Of what? Waqa is the base of taqwa, which means protection. So we are aware, we are conscious that we need to have taqwa to be in the protection of God. It's difficult to explain to people. If you say, fear God, why don't fear God? I don't want this religion, it's full of fear. Right? If you can explain this, oh, so beautiful. If you can explain this correct, you will be the aid in people's hidayah, inshallah. Awareness, consciousness of that we need taqwa. We need taqwa for what? Protect who? Allah needs protection? No, we need protection. How do we protect ourselves? With taqwa. Very good. What is taqwa? Awareness. Consciousness. Okay? Next, please. This is a story. Story. To explain taqwa. This is my teacher, who happens to be my father, explained this story to me. So, if you are imagine, you're in a field, open, vast field, full of roses. Imagine you, okay? You have the picture? Full of roses, fully bloomed, high this high. The stems have thorns. There's no rose without, no life without thorns. Without sickness, without tribulation, without poking, pain. So back to your imagination. Imagine yourself in a field full of roses, and you have the full silk white dress. Ladies have dress, men have gummies. Full white, 100% silk, even though men cannot wear. Imagine this is in Jannah, we can wear silk. Okay? This is explaining taqwa. You have the picture? Full of roses. And you can, so far you cannot see the end. And you have full dress of pure white silk. Right? And you need to walk from this side to that side without one thorn scratching your dress. Imagine. This is the analogy of taqwa. You're so aware, oh no, shaitan here. Oh no, Allah's here. Oh no, this. I cannot get my dress on one thorn, you're finished. Right? This is how the scholar explains taqwa. This is how you have to be. You're so aware that Allah is just, that Allah is the all-knowing, that Allah sees every action you do, that Allah knows everything you say, that Allah knows what you think. You're so aware that you become, I do not want to disappoint Allah. Right? I cannot ruin my dress on these thorns. Right? This is how the scholar explains taqwa. It's not, you're not scared of the thorns hitting you, right? But you know if you make a wrong move, it's going to ruin. Meaning, if you do any maksiyah, disobedience to Allah, your soul, this white dress is your soul, will be ruined. So, this, when they say fear, it's not fear, it's you aware that you don't want to make mistake. Correct? It's not we scared of hell. Oh no. We aware. We don't want to go to hell because we know what makes us go to hell. So we do not want to ruin our soul, so we're very careful. Awareness, conscious. Every move, we know Allah is watching in لا يغادر صغيرة ولا كبيرة إلا أحصاها. Allah is writing every single thing you do. This is a way, one will explain what taqwa means, not fear. Yes, you fear to ruin your soul. Why? Because Allah is just. Whatever you do, that's what you will get. Correct? Next, please. Okay, that's it. So this is just an opener for our task today, which is we're going to explain one pillar of our religion. You see how I just explained taqwa? I just explained the meaning of mustaqim. You will need to practice with the example I just gave you to be able to explain in English one pillar of Islam how I just explained to you. Okay?
Yes.
Can we do it?
Yes.
So ladies, you're four, you will do one group, okay? Men, divide yourself, 3 or 4 people. 4, 4 people. Okay? Group 1 is ladies, group 2 is these 4 men. Group 1, you will explain Hajj. Ladies will explain Hajj. Group 2, you will explain Shahad. Group 3, you will explain Hajj, Shahada already taken. What pillar of Islam you will take? Zakat. Okay? You will do zakat. Group 5 or group 4? Hajj already? Zakat already? Okay, Salah. Salah. One more missing? Song. Okay? Welcome. Each group will have maximum 10 minutes. Each person will have a chance. Okay? You will have till 5, 20 minutes. Okay? But you will present maximum 10 minutes. Each member must give a paragraph. Each member must present. Okay? Yeah. Seporsi, okay?
about that. Macam-macam aja. Macam-macam. Tadi apa tuh?
Gue udah 3
langsung aja. Yang lebih dari yang ini kita bagi kan ya? Ya nggak apa-apa, saya juga masih terasa. Ini ada kita bagi. Bio berarti. Bio kan ya? Bio kata.
If you have any questions, call me to your table.
Iya. Dua. Kelihatan dari berarti ya. Rencana macam-macam.
Ini kan kita bahas tentang bagaimana kita meyakinkan orang yang belum tahu. Tadi kita katakan mungkin mulai yang dasar ya. Kita kan tadi kan jadi jangan sekarang meyakinkan bahwa menjelaskan orang motor itu bagaimana. Atau gini, dekonstruksi soal sakar itu apa? Nah itu yang berbicara kedua. Konsep sendiri, ya. Nanti ya udah kita gabung apa mau boleh. Mau buat opening bahas apa? Bahas paling kan kita di kombinasi dan isi moderat gitu ya. Biasa dia mungkin ya. Masih lagi dari kita nggak bisa sebagai muslim so we can do the explanation it's not easy for me to explain about salat even though okay berani
are from Oxford. Through this presentation, we will explain books on we will surely as a Muslim, we bring the wasati and what is wasati and what is wasati according to what saya pun suka dengan and then wasati key and what Allah asked us for example
Any help?
We can
let me know. Don't ask Google, it'll be wrong. Ask me.
I will not explain this with explanation about Salat, but because how to introduction that like maybe like syahadat la ilaha illallah wa muslimun zakat wa shaum ramadan and then as we know that the salat the meaning is prayer and salat obligated to all Muslims in the world.
It's a testament.
Thank you.
Aduh. Kalau semuanya di situ nggak apa-apa sih? Nggak apa-apa. Dari sholat, bainan min wal kufri as-sholat pemantar sholat. 2.5. If you leave sholat, that you are it's our team. We do 5 time per day pray, but it's not easy for me to explain what's salat. And that's our basic problem. Diam, ada bagian dari sebelah jawab aja.
Nah, berarti ini bisa dibagi satu ke sini. Nanti yang udah siapa nana? Iya. Kan tadi kita disuruh ngambil satu dari satu hasil presentasi.
Dapatnya temanya tema puasa.
Tema puasa. Jadi kita coba empat ada pengertian, kemudian dalil. Berarti puasa dalil. Puasa. Saya tentang macam-macam puasa.
Tentang dari berpuasa.
Di puasa tentang dalil puasa.
Iya. Terus required to all student. Jarang saya dengar required dua jenis kan kalau obligated dua jenis. Obligated kewajiban dan
haji, sholat, itu ada.
Aku bilang ini kurang.
7 more minutes. 7 more minutes.
Kenapa pakai kertas? Ngomong nggak baca.
Ini kan bahannya bahan. Kita yang dengan gambar.
Tadi Pak ini gambarin.
Kalau bisa sih,
Dia udah nggak
Bollywood hadiah.
Wih, bagaimana?
Iya,
sendirian. Lebih panjang lagi. 3 paragraf.
Baik. Iya, Pak.
Tadi doain aja deh. Saya tinggal
Kalau ditungguin gua direktur, kita kagak bisa kabur.
Iya, susah ini. Harus dijadwal selama
Itu jagain gua direktur lah, kagak bisa kabur di depan.
Kan jagain dua orang pajama sama poci.
Kok banyak ini orang ada yang bicara semua ada yang dapat besok yang adanya nanti enggak cuma cek bukan
Okay, prepare your closing statements. Presentation will be in 2 minutes. Group 2 will be first. Group 4, 2, 4, 3, 5, and 1. 2, 4, 3, 5, 1. Okay, group 2, prepare. Stand on stage. Stay in your positions. Just face the stage. Stand on the stage. Group 2, stand on the stage, please.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Respectable all of my beloved brother and sister, and dear Mr. Jalali that give us the opportunity to explain about Shahada. And before that, I will introduce our group. We are a group, we have the name, and our name is the group Azifirtium. Azifirtium it is taken from Al-Izzah fi Ittihadil Ummah. The powerful if the Muslim people is United Nation. It's the inspiration. Get inspiration from the strong story of Mr. Janali. Okay, and I will introduce the first one is my friend Mr. Alam, and the second is Mr. Sultan, and the third is Mr. Zulkarnain, and me, Mr. Shafuddin. And now I will explain about Shahada in the 4 points. The first is the definition of Shahada, and the second is the 2 kinds of Shahada, and the third is Shahada Tawhid, and the example, and the fourth is the Shahada Rasul, and the example. And the first Shahada, the definition of Shahada, for the meaning of Shahada, we'll explain with our friend Mr. Al-Shah. Please, go ahead.
Baik. The definition of Shahada according to KBBI. KBBI is big dictionary in Indonesia, and to Oxford Dictionary. The first, according to Indonesia big dictionary, Shahada is persaksian, and according to Oxford Dictionary, Shahada the Muslim statement of faith.
That's the definition of Shahada. And then I will explain about Shahada is divided 2 kinds. The first is Shahada Tawhid, and the second is Shahada Rasul. Shahada Tawhid, the statement is Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. This means I testify that there is no God except Allah. And the second is Shahada Rasul, and the statement is Wa ashhadu anna Muhammad Rasulullah. And I testify that Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. Okay. And the third is about example of Shahada Tawhid.
Okay, like my partner was saying, there are 2 kinds of the Shahada. The first one is Tawhid, the second one is Rasul, Shahada Rasul. Okay, let me try to give the example how to Tawhid works for us as the Muslim. For example, in this class, when the class, our friend is moved, and only me, for example, only once here, and we, for example, we got a wallet, and inside there are a lot of the money, and we don't need to take it. We don't want to take it because we believe that Allah always see us. We realize in this room no people see us, but we have Allah always see us, always see me. Okay, the second example will be delivered by my partner. The last.
Okay, for the last of the Shahada is Ashhadu anna Muhammad Rasulullah, which meaning is I interpret that Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. And there is a quote from the Quran verse. It's A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Al-yawma akmaltu lakum dinakum. The meaning, today I made perfect for you a religion of Islam. Yes. And the simple example of the second Shahada is we can follow the behavior of Prophet Muhammad SAW with saying and practicing of him, and we can explain, we can follow from Prophet Muhammad SAW, and that is the second Shahada. Okay.
Okay, everyone. Our closing statement about Shahada is Shahada is a room with the door. How to come to the room? We have to open with the key. So the key is Shahada. That's all from us. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Very good job, Team 2. Round of applause again. Good job, good job, good job, good job. There will be a prize for the best team. Okay, after 2-4. Team 4. Team 4. Sahibul Bait. Ladies, are you ready? It's okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah Muhammadu. Hello everyone. I'm Ahmad Rizky and my partner Ustaz Fahri and Ustaz Nailul and Ustaz Jamal. We will to present our title. The title is Salat. According to what Ustaz Zain said, we should to be a consciously Muslim, and as a leader of Islam, we try to explain Islam through this way. And we know in Islam there are several thoughts. For example, wasatiyah. And what is wasatiyah? Wasatiyah, according to what Al-Quran said, sayaqulu sufaha'u minan nasi ma wallahu an qiblatihim allati kanu 'alayha qul lillahi al-masyriq wal maghrib yahdi man yasha'u ila siratal mustaqim wa kadzalika ja'alnakum ummatan wasata. Allah make us the middle ummah. Allah make us the good ummah. But how we can be good ummah? Before that word ummatan wasata, there is the word Yahdi man yasha'u ila siratal mustaqim. So we cannot to be good ummah except with the guidance from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. And we cannot to be the wasatiyah. We can explain wasatiyah except we keep our salah. And what is salah? We can understand the salah through the explanation from Ustaz Fahri.
Okay, thank you. Actually, our leader already gave good explanation about salat and wasatiyah and so on and so forth. But in this occasion, actually this is fun fact that we do 5 times per day salat, but it's not easy for me to explain what is salat actually. Based on the definition from salat is the meaning is praying. Yeah, as you know, pray. Even you are Christian and you will go to church, and if we are Muslim, we will go to the mosque and other faith or other religion. But as we know, in Islam there are 5 pillars. There are 5 pillars of Islam. We call it Arkan Islam, Shahadat, La ilaha illallah, wa iqamus salat, wa ita'uz zakat, wa shaum Ramadan, wa hajjul bait man istata'a ilayhi sabila. But one of the pillar of Islam in here is salat. So salat is obligated to all people, to all Muslims. So it is salat is there is no bargain. There is no bargain. Salat is obligated to all Muslims. You must pray 5 times per day. There are salat subuh, zuhur, asar, maghrib, and isha. And then as I said that why I said that salat is important, because there are hadiths from Prophet Muhammad SAW said that bainal mu'min wal kufri as-salat, faman taraka as-salat faqad kafara. The difference between Muslim and kafir, kufr is salat. If you leave salat, it means you are kafir. That's all for me. Maybe my friend will continue the explanation. Thanks, sirs.
Okay, the example like this. Our body have food. Yeah. Well, we need food for we need food like breakfast, lunch, and dinner. This only for our body. But also, except food for our body, we have also spiritual, spiritual food. And the spiritual food is soul. And then in Islam, we have to pray every day 5 times. Yeah. Subuh praying 2 times rakaat, Zuhur praying 4 times rakaat, Asar praying 4 times rakaat, Maghrib 3 times rakaat, and then Isya 4 times rakaat. This is our food for our spiritual. And then, if our body health and also our spiritual health, inshallah, many problem, yeah, any problem, inshallah, we can ask help to God like this. Yeah. And then in Indonesia, especially, that majority Islam, not same like in Japan. Japan, if they have problem, down from hotel or apartment, and then that's but Indonesia, no. I think this we have not only food for our body, and also we need food for our spiritual.
The closing statement, we know a salah prayer is the pillar of Islam. We pray 5 times every day. We know prayer, obligatory the prayer is like subuh, duhur, asar, maghrib, and isya, and other sunnah. If salah good, you can add other worship, you become a good. Thank you.
Round of applause for Team 4. Good job, good job. Team after 4, we'll go back to 3, right? Team 3. Team 3, longer explanation. Okay?
Maybe after Cebu, maybe I can. Big shot.
Okay, thank you for the opportunities, Mr. Zain, respectfully, and all audience, our lovely friends and partners. We have an obligation to explain about zakah. Zakah, I write down here. I found it also in the papers that Mr. Zain give us in the last pages. Zakat is almsgiving or charity, amount, expenditure, a tax that is the duty of every Muslim as responsibility for them to give this social obligation. So zakat means it is obligated for every Muslim who has a very in good wealthy, or now also, and we make it simply explanation because my friend and my teacher also, Mr. Rizal, will explain about the zakah at tips, and also Mr. Fikri, Fajar will explain about zakat according to the amount, how much is, and Mr. Fikri will tell us about how much is zakat mandatory to every Muslim, and Father will be explain a categories or a variant of the zakat. And now for Mr. Irza, please explain about the zakat.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hendra. He have give about the zakat, and now I am want to give about definition of zakat. Zakat is a take comprising percentage of personal income of every kind. Leaves as alms giving for the relief of the poor. So zakat, we are compulsory service run by the Muslim who are well implemented. Zakat is a means of income redistribution and also can support development of human resources. Only this, maybe my friend can be much about zakat.
Okay, how much is zakat? Zakat must be paid once a year from the day Muslim wealth equals, and the nisab wealth equals, and the nisab we must pay is 2.5% of wealth as zakat. For example, if your total asset amounted 100,000, you will pay 2,500.
And I will talk about kinds of zakat. There is 7 kinds. There is zakat fitrah, the first, and the zakat second, zakat of income, and the third, zakat of jewelry. We shall pay with gold or silver. And next, zakat of company, and next, zakat of on trade, next, zakat on shares, and the last, mutual fund of zakat.
Thank you, all of my friends. And additionally, according to Quran, Surah Tawbah, verse 16, the people are belonging to receive zakah. We have it 8 kind of peoples. They are poor, also for the needy who are needy about this amount, and for those employed for it, like we call it annual zakah, they deserve to take this amount of zakah. And for bringing hearts together, for our being a Muslim, convert to Muslim, so they have also this right to see the zakat. And freeing captive or slave, this is amount are originally Rasulullah or Prophet this is to their Sahaba or the freeing slave as their pay of zakat. And those people are in debt, but not in debit like in a bad debitor. Yes, for example, bankrupt because of the business, or maybe have a fire in his house, or something happen with his family. Not a bankruptcy because of gambling online. Yeah. Because this is now happen every time. People are make suicide. Like Mr. Jawal said, we have to pray and give the food of our spiritual. Some people coming down from the other. This is a mental. So zakat, who are in debt, but not in the ma'asi, not in the bad happens. So in the last is the cause of Allah. Like us,
like us here are close of Allah. We have also this right to exceed zakat. And this is our presentation. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Very good, very good, very good. Okay, team 5. Oh, ladies last. Ladies last.
Ladies first.
5, group 5. Welcome. No. This is group 1. Group 5. Your group 1 will go last. Okay? Oh, we have no members.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let us introduce ourselves. Beside me, Satrio. Right me, Ustad Akan and Abdul Rashid. Okay, we are from Lailatul Qadar. No problem. Okay. First presentation will about understanding Saum Ramadan. Maybe my friend Satrio gonna explain to you what the understanding of Saum. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Zul. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. At first, I want to explain the Saum means. The Saum or fasting is restriction of intake, the food, the solid foods. And if we reference to books, if we reference to Sheikh Ali Manzur's book, Kitab Lisan al-Arab, the means is As-sawm huwa tarkul ta'ami wa syarabi wal jima'i wal kalami, or the means is Saum is leaving the foods, leaving drinks, and leaving the words. We have to restrict the solid foods from Fajr until Maghrib. And this is not Islam only who do fasting, but the other religions do for the health. And Islam not the restrict from the foods and drinks only, but we have to restrict the bad words or maybe like azwaj wa zawja yaf'al and not for the others. Maybe it's the definition and the explanation of fasting. So next, Sanate. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you for your time to let me say something here. Even I'm not good in English, but I will try to explain about Saum or fasting in English. And the reason for us why we have to be happy when we come to the month of Ramadan. Yeah. There is a dalil or reasons. Man fariha bidukhuli Ramadan haramallahu jasadahu ala al-hiram. Whoever of us, as long as we are Muslim, if we have feel, if we feel happy by entering the month of Ramadan, we have to believe that Allah will forbid our body, yeah, to enter to the hell. Allah will always protect us, yeah, to come to the hell. If we just feel happy, we have happiness feel in our hearts, yeah, by entering Ramadan. That's all. And of course, we have to keep our faith always. That is for the firstly conditions. Not only happy, we keep our we have happiness in our heart, but for the first condition, we have to be as a Muslim always. We have to keep always our heart as a Muslim. Yeah. So if we feel happy and we are not Muslim, I think for this reason, it is not enough, yeah, to get our blessing, our amnesty, our forgiveness, our affections. Yeah. So for the first one, we have to keep always our heart with our faith to Allah always, and then we happy by entering the Ramadan. Inshallah, Allah will protect us from the hell.
Okay, this is my first. Okay, oh yeah. Okay, let me to explain to you what kind or types of fasting in Islam religion. There is many fasting in Islam, but I just tell you three maybe. The first is 40 fast or puasa nazar. Like as we know, first when your promise has been fulfilled by Allah. Okay. The second is kifarat fasting. You must do fasting when you do some mistake, like making love in the afternoon of Ramadan, maybe like this. You must do puasa kifarat. Yeah. And the last is Ramadan, fasting Ramadan. You must do because this is wajib. How to say wajib? Obligation. This is our obligation. Kama qala Allah Ta'ala fi kitabil karim, ya ayyuhalladzina amanu kutiba alaikumus shiyam kama kutiba alal ladzina min qablikum la'allakum tattaqun. That's all for me. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the virtue of fasting or so. The virtue of fasting is very beneficial for healthy. Sumu tasihu, especially increasing faith into Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Sambil dia ketawa dong. Betul, teman saya. Apart of that, fasting also makes Muslim more socially conscious and empathic to help unlucky people. So, fasting teach us to be more care to the others. Thank you.
Okay, let's say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good job, congratulations. I thought he was welcoming us to a wedding. Last but not least, ladies, welcome to the stage.
Ustaz Budi enak banget ngetawain ya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, everyone. We are from Aisha Humayra Group. Today I am Zoma Safida. Next to me, Mrs. Rina, Mrs. Rahma, and also Mrs. Fuji. And we would like to present about Hajj in this occasion. So the meaning or the definition of Hajj is pilgrimage to Mecca from every Muslim, and this is a spiritual journey about faith and unity. And also Hajj is obligatory for every financially, physically, and capable for Muslim all over the world, in any background, in any diversity, and also from any countries, from any socio-economic status, and many things. So it emphasizes that Hajj is the unity and solidarity of Muslims worldwide. And Muslims for diverse background and nationality come to Mecca to perform Hajj. And it also, perform Hajj is a long lifetime. At least we have to do once in our lifetime, and a deeply cherished goal in every person in this life. So overall, Hajj is deeply personal and spiritual, and it's the journey of faith.
Thank you, Ms. Juma. And next, if you go to Hajj, you have to do the Rukun of Hajj. The Rukun of Hajj, or the pillars of Hajj, are the essential acts and ritual that must be performed during the Hajj. They include ihram, is the specific clothing and intentions for the Hajj prayer, and then wukuf. Wukuf is standing at Arafah. You must spend the afternoon of the 9th day of Zulhijjah in prayer at the plain at Arafah. And next, Sa'i. Sa'i is the pilgrim walk 7 times back. Tawaf. Before Sa'i, we must do Tawaf. Tawaf is pilgrim perform 7 circuits around the Kaaba in a counterclockwise direction. And then Sa'i, pilgrim walk 7 times back and forth between the hills of Safa and Marwa. And then Tahallul, pilgrims either shave their heads or trim their hair to symbolize renewal and purity. And then orderly is done sequentially. Thank you.
Okay, next, Hajj is related to Qurban. During the Hajj pilgrimage, often perform the ritual of sacrificing an animal, which is known as Qurbani, particularly on the day of Eid al-Adha, which falls on the 10th of Zulhijjah. This sacrifice commemorates the willingness of Prophet Ibrahim to sacrifice his son as an act of obedience to God. Thank you.
Okay, the last one. So why Muslims that capable in their financially need to go to Mecca doing Hajj as pillar of Islam? I think so many reasons, but we discuss at least there are 5 reasons. The first is religion obligation. Fulfilling this obligation is seen as demonstration of faith and obedience to Allah's command. And the second, seeking forgiveness and spiritual cleansing for the past sins, and also seeking spiritual purification. And the third, following the footsteps of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And then the next, the fourth, unity and solidarity. Muslims from diverse background and nationality come together in Mecca, reinforcing bonds of brotherhood and sisterhood. And nationality come together in Mecca as brotherhood and sisterhood. And the last one, personal transformation as a life-changing experience. Overall, the reason for performing Hajj is deeply personal and spiritual of Muslim. That's all. Thank you for everyone for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Very good. Round of applause again for the lady. Okay, everyone, come back to your seats, please. Very good job. I'm very impressed. MashaAllah for you all. Okay, so round of applause for us all. Very good job, very good job. So we now have the practice for explaining religious, either or non-religious terms in the Arabic language. My hope after this program is that you all, as the face of Islam, can greet foreigners who come to Istiqlal or to come to your mosque and explain to them clearly the word of God. I'll give you some examples. Allah blessed me to travel to many countries. I'll give you one example. I just came back on the 13th actually, from Kashmir. Kashmir is a country that has been taken over by India. So now it's North India. When I was there as a foreigner, I came into the store, want to buy some bread or something. I say Assalamu alaikum. No answer. This is the beauty of Indonesia. Clap your hands for him. Clap your hands for him. True story. No answer. No answer. Looking at this, who is this guy here? I don't know him. You understand? I'll tell you the story. You want to hear the story? Yeah. So I go down the street, I'm walking past, Assalamu alaikum, and keep walking. I went to visit some schools. In the schools, the teachers in this particular Islamic school, I say Assalamu alaikum, they reply Wa alaikum salam. So I say, okay, they're Muslim. But it turns out all the other people, they're not giving salams to the foreigners, to the guests. I said, why? I went to one of the ulama there. His name is Maulana Arshad Nadwi. From the Nadwi University, it's called Nadwatul Ulama, the second biggest Islamic school in India. The first one is Deoband. The second one is Nadwatul Ulama. Huge schools, thousands and thousands of students. And this ulama was from Kashmir. He went to Nadwatul Ulama. And he was one of the founders of this huge school, 2,500 students. I said, Maulana, I'm from Indonesia. Everywhere I go, I say Assalamu alaikum. They give me smile and say Wa alaikum salam. I come here and your people are not smiling at me and they're not greeting me. He said, my brother in Islam, I apologize on behalf of the Kashmiri people to you for not giving salam. And on Yawm al-Jum'ah next, I'll give khutbah and tell them. We have guests coming from Indonesia, originally from the United States, and they give you salams and you don't give salams. You are the face of this country, the face of the religion, and you're making us embarrassed. So what is the point for you? We are the face of Islam. What we do, the other people see. Imagine if I was a Muslim. I said, what are these people? I don't want this. And he told me, not to make an excuse, but I'll tell you why. Because many years we're under oppression. I see with my own eyes, you go 10 meters, military with gun, military with gun. Everywhere, all the streets full of military. Muslim schools have trouble. They don't want any religion to be teach. They give big problem to the Muslims. But that's not an excuse for us to reply the salam of your brother. Correct? So he said, I'll give khutbah Jum'ah on this topic because of you. And he said, I apologize on the behalf of the people. They didn't give salam to you and you are a guest in my country. So you, all you brothers and sisters, are my brothers representing Indonesia. I consider myself Indonesian. Even I was born in the United States, most of my life I was here. Even when people ask me in Kashmir, where are you from? I say Indonesia. But I was born in America. But inshallah, Muslim is enough. Okay? So, thank you. So you all will be representing me and all the Indonesians when foreigners come here. They come here, don't know how to wear hijab, don't have anything. We are the face representing the 200 million Muslims in Indonesia. How we act is they're gonna think all Muslims are like this, all Indonesians like this. Correct? So we need to be able to speak to them in good language, well-spoken English, explain the religion to them very well. We believe in good and calling people to good. That's it. Right? So if somebody comes here, they say Assalamu alaikum, oh you cannot give salams to people, we just be good and call people to good. So we are the face, especially Masjid Istiqlal is the face of the Muslims from the foreigners who come here. Whatever you do, you're representing us. Correct? Whatever the Imam does, the Ma'mum will do. Right? They said if the teacher urinates standing, the student will urinate running. Right?
Right.
So we are the face of our religion, the face of goodness. We must portray this to our guests. And any religion they are, we must treat them the same, with the same goodness. So back to the story. Many countries that I have been blessed to travel, no country is like the country of Indonesia and the people of Indonesia. No country. Clap your hands. Why? Because the only people who they don't know you, they smile to you and say Assalamu alaikum. Imagine even if you're bule, oh even more. What? Other countries they don't like any foreigners. Indonesia is the only country they want a selfie with you. Only. They love foreigners. They love people. This is good. This is Islam. I go in Kashmir, I take video, they get very angry. No pictures in here. They look at you like you're crazy. So, we must maintain this. The more time goes by, the more our children losing the akhlaq. We need to maintain, bring them back. Always smile. Al-basmu sadaqah, right? The smile is charity. Who has zakat? Charity? Smile. Right? So we must be the mirror of our religion and our people.
Inshallah.
Inshallah. Okay? So this is true stories that we can use. We never know. Allah bless all of us to make Hajj, inshallah. This year and the next year and every year, inshallah. So we must go as a guest. We are a guest. Imagine if we meet people from Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkey, anywhere, US, Sweden. What we do is what they're going to say. Oh, if you make one mistake, all Indonesians bad. Right? I give him salam, he don't answer. Then they're going to go around saying, Indonesians don't give salam. Like me right now. Going around saying, Kashmiris don't give salam. Bad, right? Not all. But look, you see how word of mouth goes like this? Very dangerous. Right?
Right.
So I told him, he said, I'm going to give the khutbah Jummah that we need to come back to Islam. Because before the oppression, it was not like this. They're stressful, life is cold, it's snowing, they have little money, job is hard.
Pressure.
Oppression from other places. Exactly. We need to be thankful. Indonesia is very peaceful. Alhamdulillah. Only country that they don't want to fight with anybody. Right? You go some other countries, you just hit them like this, on the side, on the shoulder, walking in the street, they want to fight. Right? In Indonesia, if you hit them on the shoulder, he apologize to you, I'm sorry, and I hit you. Right? Right? Amazing. Never lose this. Me, myself, when I became a man, I told my parents I don't want to live in Indonesia no more. Why? Because I was raised here, boring. And then my dad said, okay, go. I go and realize when Allah take away what He gave you, a blessing, to teach you what blessing you had. If He didn't take away, you forget what you have. Right? Only when you're sick, you realize you're healthy. Only when it's raining, the sun. Right? Yeah, what's the song? You know the song, right? Ustaz Gaul. Yeah. No, young. Okay? So, as an imam, as a leader, whatever you do is the mirror of your people and your community. Who's from Sunda Kelapa?
Me, myself.
See, the way he act, I'm going to say all people in Sunda Kelapa like this. Right? Right? So, we must be able to maintain this character for Islam, for the Prophet. May Allah be pleased with him. The Prophet never sees somebody without smiling. Never look at anyone and smile. I'll close the statement with one story about the Prophet. May Allah be pleased with him.
How about if someone misperception about our polite, like this kind of Indonesian policy, but in other countries, this polite, like we smile to everybody, they misperception about this.
Yeah.
They talk with like, do you like him, or we will insult him maybe.
True, I'll tell you why. Good, he's saying how if you go outside of Indonesia, people misperceive what it is. I was in New York. I go to the gas station. In there, you fill the gas yourself. You go pay inside the store. I said, hey, good morning, how are you? And I'm smiling to the lady. She goes, don't ask me how I am, I don't know you. I was like, shucks. Don't ask me how I am, I don't know you. I was shocked. I come from Indonesia. This is my country. I'm in the United States. I said, don't ask me how I am, I don't know you. Are all Americans like this? No. But what's our motivation? Whatever the Prophet do, I do. You like it, don't like it, I don't care. The Prophet did it, I'm going to do it. What did I say? You know what I said? I just smiled. Kept smiling. Good day. What do I get back? Yes. The Prophet smiled, Prophet, you smile. That's it. So that's the measure. Whatever the Prophet do, I do. No matter if they like it, don't like it, whatever, it's okay. Right? Even today, people saying, oh, the religion is too hard, you have to fast, no, whatever the Prophet do, I do. That's it. So easy. Right? So back to the story. After this story, we'll close and we'll, inshallah, break fast. So the story is of character and example. As a leader, the Prophet was sitting, eating, right, on the floor. And this vile woman, I'm sorry, you know what vile means? Vile means very bad. She said, hey you Prophet, you claim to be the best of creation. God said you're the best of creation. I don't believe you. Right? He said, faith is up to your heart. You can believe whatever you want to be. He said, she said, let me test you. Are you really the best of creation? The Prophet was eating, right? And then she said, give me your food. And then the Prophet said, okay. And then at this time, all the Sahaba, all his family want to drag the lady out. Say, hey, get this woman out of here. Being rude to the Prophet. The Prophet said, no. She said, give me your food. And then he took the plate and gave the food to the lady. He said, no, I don't want what's on this plate. She said, give me from your hand. The Prophet said, okay. Took from his hand and tried to give it. She said, no. Don't take from the plate. Take from your own mouth and give it to me. If you are the Prophet, the messenger of God, and you will give up anything for the sake of God, give me the food from out of your mouth. All the companions were very angry. What are you doing? No way. Prophet said no. He took the food from his mouth and put it in the lady's mouth. You know what? Till the day she died, she never got sick. Never, ever, until she died. So the Prophet was saying, this is the proof that Allah has sent me as a messenger, and because of the blessing that Allah put in me, she never got sick a day in her life. No flu, no cough, no sick, no fever till she died. Even a vile woman. Imagine. This is the character that the Prophet has taught us and how we act to anybody. Imagine if that was me. Give me your food. Who give me what? Who are you? Yeah. Right? Never got sick till the day she died. Imagine this. Imagine someone who believed in the Prophet. May Allah be pleased with him. So back to the conclusion. You are the mirror of your religion. Imagine the people 1,445 years later, we hear the story and our hearts become happy. Because our messenger has had the best of character. Even to an evil woman, he treats her with good. Imagine your wife. Never, 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 Prophet, be rude, mean, harsh. Never. To this evil woman, he gave her food from his mouth. What will he do for his wife? What will he do for his daughter? Right? So this goes beyond what the people say, oh, Muslims, they oppress the women, or this, and that. Is all fake. Right? It's not the Islam, it's the personal character. Right? So, this is part of the leadership on my behalf, is to share. Nothing from me, is only from the Prophet and from what Allah says in His book. And for us to be saved, look at the example and follow. Easy as that. You don't need to make up nothing, don't need to do nothing, and will have salvation. You know what salvation is? Salvation. Salvation means selamat. But it's deeper than selamat. Not only selamat from musibah, but selamat with reward. Salvation and Yawm al-Akhir at the end. Amen. So, to close, we say, this is a joke between me and my brothers. They say in Ramadan, Shaitan is locked up, right? If you're still doing bad, it's you, not Shaitan. Right? Okay, so we started quite early today. What time is it?
7:54.
Already 5 minutes to 6. From me, that's all I have to share with you. Forgive me from any words that may have hurt your feelings. Thank you very much for listening, and may it be beneficial to us all.
Yeah. Thank you, Ustaz. Let's give applause for Yeah, that's true what have been saying by Ustaz. Yeah, I feel so grateful because I used to live in America for 3 years for my master's degree, and then I live in Europe for almost 5 years. So we are as a Muslim, right? We have to spread. We are as the leaders, right? Not only for Indonesia but also for the world. I think this is very grateful that we are now having a dialogue with the Ustaz, with Ustaz Hussein. He has been experiencing a lot of experience living in America, living in Indonesia, living in Europe and Pakistan and many parts of the world. So we should be grateful that we are having him in our class. Okay, I think let's give us one more time. Not only is it for English class, but also, you know, the Muslim world, you know, sharing a lot of experiences in many parts of the world. And thank you. And then, and is there any announcements? Yeah, from the committee. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah kita telah menyelesaikan sesi pertama. Insyaallah sesi kedua juga jangan sampai dilewatkan oleh teman-teman. Pastikan nama yang dicantumkan di presensi di daftar hadir itu sesuai dengan yang teman-teman mau ya. Tadi ada yang kurang satu huruf itu silakan dikoreksi lagi ya di bahala sana. Jangan sampai juga besok ada yang tidak hadir karena closing besok akan dihadiri oleh Duta Besar Singapura ya. Dan kita juga representasi dari Masjid Istiqlal, pejabat-pejabat kita akan hadir bersama kita. Sekali lagi karena akan banyak ya, akan sangat banyak yang kita peroleh besok. Ya, sayang sekali kalau nggak hadir besok berarti nggak dapat sertifikat juga. Gitu. Ya, walaupun sepertinya hanya selembar kertas, tapi itu akan menjadi sangat penting buat next step ya. Karena kelas ini mungkin bukan yang pertama dan terakhir. Ya, kami juga berdoa dari tempat ini semoga ini merupakan batch yang pertama untuk rencana kita yang lebih besar.
Amin, amin.
Jadi jangan mengatakan saya nggak bisa bahasa Inggris, masa saya akan ikut program ini lagi. Insya Allah dengan motivasi yang diberikan oleh guru kita Ustaz Zain Ali, semua yang hadir di sini akan menjadi English speaker. Inggrisnya English fluency, bukan English yang sekarang mungkin masih ada yang 1-2 gitu. Insya Allah akan lancar. Apalagi keberkahan bulan Ramadan ya. Kita mohonkan juga agar pemateri hari ini mengikhlaskan ilmunya. Ya, kalau bahasa kiai itu mengijazahkan ilmunya dan pengalamannya. Yang mohon ini ada pengumuman lagi dari direktur.
Mau menyampaikan besok jam 2 tepat ya, jangan ada yang terlambat.
Oke.
Kan udah tahu jalannya ya. Gitu aja sih. Karena besok kita ada sesi dengan kedutaan Singapura jam 2 tepat. Jadi mohon bisa datang sebelum jam 2.
Pagi madrasah. Pagi madrasah. Pagi madrasah. Misal itu pagi. Ada siang sini. Sore TV apaan di sana di TV? Menang acara.
Baru kepada Imam bin Sunda Kelapa.
Ada komandan lah kalau itu. Kalau kotak kamera mah masih bisa dibagi bro. Yang ini yang sulit. Mesti tidak bisa semua atau?
Ini nggak sembuh ini. Ya baik, terima kasih. Langsung doanya gimana Pak Kiai? Langsung doa. Yes, baik. I very big impression in this program because some of foreigner from the abroad come to Sunda Kelapa from Allah, and we have Allah International Mualaf Center Sunda Kelapa, and the member is about 20,000 that from abroad and from Indonesia. And last week I logged in the Muslim from Polandia, but he can speak English and Arabic well. And Mr. Jamal sometimes come to Mualaf Center Sunda Kelapa, and we have each other. We discuss about how to make easy for Islamic religion. So I very thankfulness from Mr. Zain Ali. They teach me that you are the mirror of Islamic religion. Because the foreigner, if they come to Sunda Kelapa, I always ask him, what is your motivation to into Islam? They said Islam is the peaceful religion. Don't be afraid that Islam is extremist, Islam is terrorist. No, it's not true. They said it's not true. How can it be? The foreigner say Islam is the peaceful, Islam is not terrorist. I got surprised. Like even Mr. Zain Ali said, don't ask me how I am, I don't know you. I got surprised. How can it be? But Alhamdulillah, some foreigner come to Sunda Kelapa, they felt interested to look into Islam. And every month about 3 or 5% come to Islam. And the last that you say Surah Al-Fatihah. Please pray to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. By Allah, make our meeting be charity. Semoga pertemuan kita pertemuan yang berkah, bisa yang rahmah. Alhamdulillah al-Fatihah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Shiratal mustaqim. Shiratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Astaghfirullahaladzim. Alhamdulillah hamdan syakirin. Hamdan yuwafiqu bikathir mazida. Ya Rabbana alhamdu wa lakal mulku kama yanbaghi li jalali wa ijlali. Wa salli ala sayyidina Muhammadil Fatih lima ughliq wal khatim lima sabaq wal nasir haqqi bil haqq wa ala siratikal mustaqim wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ila asal. Allahumma yassir alaina kulla asir. Fataysirul asir alayka yassir. Ya man la yahtaj ila baini wa tafsir. Hajatuna ya Allah ilikal kasir. Hajatuna ya Allah ilikal kasir. Hajatuna ya Allah ilikal kasir. Wa anta alimun biha wa basir. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Sallallahu alaihi Muhammadin nabiyil ummi wa sallam. Subhanaka rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Anak titik makan keripik, makannya di balik pintu. Wallahu muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamu warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning. Oh, saya attention. Okay, thank you. Welcome back to our class. Hope you enjoy yesterday. Learn a lot from the sessions that yesterday all about English. And we are so surprised that the participants already have good English. Then we are so happy who send you as representatives to this session, right, Mr. Aaron? So again, give applause to all of us for the spirit of you. So like we mentioned yesterday, explained yesterday about our rundown. So this the third sessions of our training program. That will be start by Mr. Aaron presentations. So imagine when you see his face, we already in Singapore. Welcome to Singapore. So without any more talk, now I give the time.
The context is different, and I will be talking a bit about that. But I thought that what I have to share might be interesting to you. Given your backgrounds and your interests, and I hope that you find this information useful. So, my presentation today will have the following parts. First, I will talk a bit about Islam in Singapore. Then I will talk about how Singapore's community and religious organizations and the government work together to promote religious harmony. I will slow down and I can explain myself. Alright? Okay. Alright, thank you very much. Okay, so first, let me talk a little bit about Islam in Singapore. And as I have mentioned, Singapore and Indonesia are actually quite different. Right? That's our starting point. Right? Remember that in terms of size, in terms of population, we are very, very different countries. But we have some similarities. So if you look at Singapore, we have a population of 5.6 million people. That is smaller than the population of DKI Jakarta. Right? So Singapore can be, like one kabupaten in Indonesia. Or every year the Indonesian population increases by like one Singapore. If you think about it that way, right? So we are really, really very small compared to Indonesia. Muslims in Singapore form 15.6% of the population. So that is slightly under 1,880,000 to be exact. Over 80% of the Muslims in Singapore are ethnic Melayu, and we also have Muslims who are ethnic Indian and also of other ethnicities, including some Chinese Muslims, some Arabic, some of other ethnicities. If you look at the bar chart over here, sorry, I'm not sure if I can do this, but can you see it? All religion is the majority religion, right? Because it is really quite diverse. The different groups. There are many different groups, and there is no one religion that accounts for more than half of the population. At the same time, there is also a sizable, the grey part here, a sizable portion that has no religion, or they do not list a religion in their identity document. So that's a bit different from Indonesia, where you have to belong to a religion and there are 6 for you to choose from. So in Singapore, when we talk about the freedom of religion, we really mean that you are free to choose among all these religions. The Singapore state is secular. Secular meaning, secular in this case does not mean that Singapore is anti-religion. Rather, what it means is that we will treat all religions equally and give every religion space to practice freely, to nurture its own community. Okay, so back to Islam. So in the Singapore Constitution, there are 2 mentions of Islam. One is in Article 152 on the Malays. Most Malays in Singapore are, Muslims, and so there is a provision in the Constitution that the government will protect and safeguard, the religious interests of the Malay community. That's in Article 152, right? And then in Article 153, it also talks about the Muslim religion and how, there have to be provisions for the regulation of Muslim affairs and, a council that reports directly to the president. So that's interesting, right? It's mentioned in the Singapore Constitution. And if you look at the structures in the Singapore government that are created based on Article 153 of the Constitution, we have a law called the Administration of Muslim Law Act. This was drafted by the first Attorney General of Independent Singapore, Mr. Ahmad Ibrahim, who was himself a Muslim. And under this law, we have created the following structures. First is the Islamic Religious Council of Singapore, or MUIS, Majlis Ugama Islam Singapura, Ugama and the old spelling here. And then Registry of Muslim Marriages, a Sharia court, and we also have a minister in charge of Muslim affairs, who is currently Mr. Masado Zulkifli, who visited Masjid Istiqlal last year. Right? So this is basically the legal framework, for the regulation of Muslim affairs in Singapore. I will talk a bit about mosques in Singapore because I think it is interesting for this class, since all of you are leaders of your own mosques. We are a small country, but there are actually 70 mosques in Singapore administered by MUIS. I've just highlighted some of these on the slide here. Some of these like, what do we have here? This one over here, this is Masjid Hajjah Fatimah, one of the oldest mosques in Singapore, and one of the rare few named after a woman. Hajjah Fatimah was a successful businesswoman who donated the land for the mosque. And it's got quite interesting old architecture. So the minaret here, for example, looks like a church spire. It's also got a mix of Muslim and Chinese and European architectural styles. So some of these are old mosques, some of these are very modern and new mosques. But yeah, we have over 70 mosques in Singapore. And the interesting thing about these mosques is that they were all built using funds raised from the community. So in Singapore, we have what is known as the MBMF, or the Mosque Building and Mendaki Fund. In Singapore, all places of worship, whether for Muslim or non-Muslims, are funded by the respective religious communities rather than the government. And we also have strict laws on restricting foreign funding of places of worship. That is also to guard against foreign influence. So all religious communities, including the Muslims, raise their own funds to build mosques. For the Muslim community, the Singapore government supported this by setting up the Mosque Building Fund in 1975. The aim of the fund was to help build a mosque in every town. So at that point in the 1970s, Singapore was rapidly urbanizing. A lot of new districts were being built, and every one of these districts needed, at least one mosque for the residents there. So the government organized a mosque building fund. All Muslims in Singapore contributed to the fund. In the 1970s, the lowest income, even the poorest Muslims, who had the lowest incomes, were donating something like 50 cents every month to the mosque building fund. And with this fund, we have managed to build, and maintain 70 mosques. Today, the contribution rates are around 3 Singapore dollars to 26 Singapore dollars per month. 26 Singapore dollars would be for the higher end, the really wealthy.
Ramai pula yang mulia hatinya. Hakikat tiada perbezaannya, amalan seseorang atau yang majmuknya, keikhlasanku semulus maknanya. Adakala aku bertanya, mana mungkin sebuah busuk dibina semut seekor, mana mungkin sebuah istana dibina insan seorang. Hakikatnya, setiap kita punya peranan mencipta kejayaan. Anggaplah aku British wujud sedari mula. Perjalanan masih jauh kerana kejayaan semestinya berterusan. Perancangan sekadar titik mula, matlamat utama masyarakat sejahtera. Generasi demi generasi masih jauh matlamat murni, namun kesatuan hati budi terus membara. Siapakah diriku? Aku semangat ikhlas memberi.
That was a video made by the government to introduce the mosque building and Mendaki fund, and also explain why it is important that everyone contributes to this fund. In Singapore, our mosques play many different roles. They are not just places of worship, they are also places of religious education. So what I have over here are the logos of Alive and Adil. These are classes for part-time religious education. Alive is for children and Adil is for adults, administered in many of the mosques in Singapore. And then mosques are also, centers of social welfare. They collect zakat, they work closely with the government agencies, such as the Ministry of Social and Family Development and other community partners to support low-income households, to mentor youths, to care for migrant workers, and they run all kinds of programs, social programs that support the social development of the community. So on my next slide here, I've got another video for you. This is of Ustazah Umaira. She is one of the educators in one of our mosques, and here is what she has to say about her work.
I said about the middle and how he was bestowed with blessings of being able to shape higher. And then afterwards, I gave them pieces of aluminium foil to paste it onto the flip chart paper to make it look like an arm. So the students really enjoyed that a lot. My name is Umaira. I am currently working in Ilham as an assistant program and teacher for the Alive program. So I mostly teach young children between the ages of 5 to 12 years old. The Alive program is a part-time program. The students don't just come, sit still and listen to the teacher, but it's also about learning to play and engagement. So this way, when the students have listened to the lesson and afterwards they do some hands-on activities, some arts and crafts together, we hope that they can retain the knowledge that has been learned inside the classroom and practice it later on in their lives.
Okay, let me now talk about religious education, full-time religious education in Singapore. We have a few madrasas, not as many as Indonesia, of course, but we have 6 full-time madrasas offering education from the primary levels to lower secondary and upper secondary. So it's like SD, SMP, SMR education in Singapore. They offer both religious subjects as well as secular subjects and multiple pathways, multiple choices for their students. So there are 6 full-time madrasas in Singapore. These were built by Muslim philanthropists in the early 20th century. Today they are private schools. regulated by the Education Act and the Administration of Muslim Law Act, and funded by various donations. So this is an indication of the kinds of pathways there are in our madrasa for the students. So 2 of the madrasas are for girls only. 3 of them are under what we call the joint madrasa scheme. So one of them serves as just as day, and it trains students only in primary education. And then there are 2 madrasas that the students then proceed to for the secondary education. One of them, Al-Juni, focuses on religious education, and another one, Al-Arabiya, focuses on non-religious subjects. So this allows for specialization and concentration in the madrasa. Madrasa Al-Juni also offers the International Baccalaureate, or IB. It is, I think, the only madrasa in the world to have IB World School status, and it has produced some students who have done very well on the IB, including, if I'm not wrong, a 45-point top scorer. So this is in addition to the religious curriculum, so it is quite impressive. They also do an Aliyah diploma program for religious studies, for those who want to further their religious studies in, Al-Azhar University or other Islamic universities. You're taking a photo of that, okay? I can tell you where to find all the information later online. MUIS also runs, continuing education programs for religious teachers in Singapore. So there is an Asatiza recognition scheme for all Islamic teachers, under which participants go through, take a 1-year full-time postgraduate course known as the PCICS, Postgraduate Certificate in Islam in Contemporary Societies. This course is run by the MUIS Academy with multiple modules from different universities. So there are modules offered by the National University of Singapore and the Singapore University of Social Sciences. They also partner with the University of Jordan and Al-Azhar University for various components of this postgraduate program. They learn about Islam in Southeast Asia, in the historical and sociological context of our region. They learn about social work, counseling skills, contemporary issues in Islam, etc. So the objective of this program is to help religious teachers in Singapore be able to apply their knowledge after graduating with a degree in Islamic studies, be able to apply that knowledge in the Singapore context and in contemporary context. MUIS also offers continuing and professional education courses for the accredited Asatiza in Singapore. Another thing I wanted to touch on is how MUIS religious community in Singapore has been using technology. So this became a very big thing during the COVID-19 pandemic. There was one period where the pandemic was so bad that we had to close many public places, including the mosques, and it was a very tough time for the community. So the first Ramadan during the COVID pandemic, I remember, there were issues with, restrictions. People couldn't go to the mosques for Tarawih. Zakat, Fitrah had to be collected, virtually. It was a real challenge because for some of the older Muslims, they're not used to it, right? They're used to going to pay physically. So a lot of digital transformation had to be introduced at that point. But because of that, I guess we have new platforms like Salam SG, which I have shown on the slide here, which is there's a YouTube channel, there's online media to put out content for Muslims in Singapore. We have also set up an Asatiza Youth Network, that runs Muslim.sg, a portal with content for millennial Muslims. So a lot of it is actually in English, if you would like material in English to look at. Now I'm going to show you a video of the Mufti of Singapore, Mr. Naziruddin Muhammad Nasir. He was talking about the pandemic and how things were during that time. I wanted to show you this video because this is a speech that he delivered in English. I think his English is very good and he's able to articulate Islamic concepts very elegantly. I think it's partly because he studied at Oxford. This was after he completed his degree at Al-Azhar. He did a PhD in Oxford. So anyway, I'm going to just play the video and you can watch it.
So if you would imagine Ramadan as Prophet ﷺ personified as a guest that comes to us. When Ramadan as a guest visited us in the pandemic years in 2020, Ramadan knocked on the doors of our masjid, but there was no one inside. So Ramadan must have been really puzzled. Where are the people? Search for us. Hundreds and thousands of years before that, every Ramadan Masjid would be full with congregant jama'ah praying and reciting the Quran and i'tikaf. 2020 knocked on the doors of our masjid, the doors were not open. There was no one inside. But Ramadan found us keeping safe in our homes. We were there. We were all there in our homes. We were waiting for Ramadan, but as a family. And although Ramadan did not find us in the masjid, Ramadan witnessed one of the greatest acts of worship in the sight of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah is not distracted with prayer. Allah is not distracted with dhikr. Allah is not distracted with the recitation of Quran when the heart is not right. Allah looks straight to the heart. Everything else that we do outside is just a means to bring us closer and purify our hearts. So Ramadan witnessed one of the greatest acts of worship, that everyone who could not go to the masjid was sad. Genuinely sad. Sincerely sad. But they also did not go because they understood it was their responsibility, amanah. And in the eyes of the Prophet ﷺ and in the eyes of our Sharia, amanah and responsibility is the highest out there. It's not the lowest. Some misunderstand it. It's the highest. La imana liman la amanata lah. Your iman is not complete. Your iman is questionable if there is no amanah. So there was responsibility in our community because we were there responsible in trying to keep everyone safe from a deadly virus. Ramadan witnessed sadness, but also witnessed responsibility. The year after that, in 2021, Ramadan came again, right? Visited us again. Knocked on the doors of our masjid. But there were some of us inside, in Ramadan. Not many, but there were. And others were at home. But the wonderful thing was, we all took turns. Booked for a space in masjid. If we get a space, we went to do a tarawih. If we didn't, we pray at home. We took turns. We gave each other a chance to go to the masjid. And what Ramadan witnessed in 2021 was the value of sacrifice and cooperation. We helped each other to have that chance to pray in the masjid, but also to ensure that as many people could have that opportunity. And then last year, you also recall last year? Ramadan visited us again. Knocked on the doors of our masjid. There were more and more people. There was a hive of activities which were unseen in the years before that. But Ramadan witnessed something special as well. There was care, even as you go to the masjid, even as the numbers went up, people were careful. And there was discipline. There was care for cleanliness. People brought whatever they needed to. They wore the mask at the time that was required. They brought their own sajada or space or a clean cloth for them to put their heads on. There was safety, there was order. All this from 2020 to last year, these are the values of our faith which we were able to demonstrate in the month of Ramadan alongside the fact that we know every time Ramadan comes, Ramadan is Allah's envoy of peace, forgiveness and mercy. So it took a crisis of such immense and unprecedented magnitude for us as Muslims. There are many other areas of our life in which the pandemic changed and disrupted things. But for our lives as Muslims, took the crisis of such unprecedented magnitude to shape the understanding and practice of Islam, of our faith, and shed it from the fanfare and excesses to bring us to the most fundamental core and basics, to what matters the most in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's sight, in the sight of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That is, لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَّقُونَ. Fasting is really about reaching that epitome of taqwa. Taqwa is the outcome of fasting, and Ramadan is a month, the outcome of rahmah and ihsan. When we reach out and help people, when we put our resources together and help the poor and the needy and those who are vulnerable. When we stayed home because we didn't want to spread the virus to other people. What will Ramadan witness this year from all of us? But what do we want Ramadan to witness? What do we want Ramadan to see? As it knocks on the doors of our masjid, as it knocks on the doors of our homes and the doors of our hearts. Now surely all of us want Ramadan to see us in a better state, a community that has been strengthened by crisis, that has become more resilient, and that are driven by the values of salam and rahmah in all its acts of worship.
Okay, last part of my presentation is on interfaith. Basically interfaith dialogue and how it happens in Singapore. We have a few outfits. First of all, the Inter-Religious Organization, or the IRO. It was one of the earliest interfaith organizations in the world, I think, founded in 1949 by religious leaders of different faiths. And today there are 10 faiths represented, Islam being one of them. The pictures that I have on this slide here are the IRO Prayers and Blessings Group. In Singapore, this has become an icon of interreligious harmony because this group of religious leaders shows up at major events, events of national significance to lead prayers. It's at the commissioning parades of new military officers, on important memorial services, for example, for World War II, but also for things like the launch of new MRT systems and major events like Formula One, as you can see over here. This group of 9 or 10 leaders lining up to offer prayers together has become a signal of how we respect all religions and we are united and we are one. The IRO also organizes interfaith dialogues for different segments. They have a youth wing, they have a Women of Faith gathering. Accidentally moved the slides here. What else have I got here? And in addition to the IRO, we also have what we call the Racial and Religious Harmony Circles, which are supported by the government and run activities in different local communities. They organize networking sessions, interfaith dialogues, visits to different places of worship, and programs to help people understand other religions. So IRO and Harmony Circles. I would like to touch on something a bit more sensitive, and that is from time to time, issues crop up, and religious leaders have a role to play in diffusing tensions and preserving harmony between different religious groups. I can give you a few examples of this. The first being the situation in Gaza. So right after the violence broke out, our Mufti and the chief rabbi in Singapore, the head of the Jewish faith, wrote open letters to each other to express sadness over the loss of innocent lives, to talk about how they did not condone violence at all, and to reaffirm the solidarity between the Muslim and the Jewish communities, to make it very clear that this was not a conflict about religion, and that no matter what, we would stay united and we would stay human, we would remain humane, compassionate towards each other. The second example I have on the right side of the screen is a case of violent extremism. So this was a statement issued by the IRO after the arrest of a teenager. Interestingly, this teenager was self-radicalized by white supremacist rhetoric online. So it's, I guess the message that we took from episodes like this is that, radicalization, extremism are problems that, cut across religions, and they are problems that have to be tackled by everybody working hand in hand. So, when things like that happen, the religious leaders of different communities step up, reaffirm solidarity, and take a constructive approach to solve the problems together. And that is, the essence of interfaith dialogue in Singapore. Let me just wrap up my presentation, and then I can take some questions. This is the vision for the Muslim community in Singapore. My Minister for Religious Affairs says that he would like the Muslim community in Singapore to be a community of success, or masyarakat gemilang in Bahasa Melayu. This is a positive and forward-looking vision for the Muslim community to be true to its faith, but also compatible with the modern world, thriving, coexisting harmoniously with other communities, and actively
Karena kalau di Jakarta ini dengan UML kebutuhan hidup yang sampai sebentar suami masalah seperti itu. Nah, apa istri kita sudah matang sudah
Sekarang gini, konservatif. Kita sebagai fasilitasi menerima nggak gitu loh. This email or female work only in the home. Ini pemimpin. Ya, konservasinya itu diterima nggak oleh konservasi? Itu konservatif. Baik, mungkin ada. Betul.
Kalau konservatif itu dia cuma tunjukkan ke Al-Quran dan hadis. Soalnya kalau kita nggak ada syarat-syarat orang-orang
yang menjelaskannya. I'm just open the
improving.
Ya, gitu ya.
Kita cari jalur Pak.
Ya, tidak
moderator and MC. Two of you will be moderator and MC and panel you here. Jadi nanti di dua kelompok ini kita panel aja di sini. Satu MC-nya, satu moderatornya. One moderator. Speaker from every side, and the other will support MC and moderator from Oke, sekarang kita buat setting tempatnya kalau sudah masing-masing Can we give one of you bring
ada yang berdiri ya? Kok di dalam kolamnya ini?
Boleh nih, yang puasa Pak.
Another 5 minutes, okay? Another 5 minutes. Another 5 minutes.
She comes to our school to do scholarship.
Okay, after 5 minutes, we prepare ourselves to rest for Asar prayer. So after Asar at 4, we come here and this event
Buat kantor mereka, maksudnya dari ini aja yang iya juga ya.
Oh jadi sampaikan secara lisan aja.
Oh ya udah, 15 menit cukup, berarti kalian masih punya 10 menit lagi. Oke. Aku pengen bisa. Ada. Iya.
Yang itu politik
here, and then after the praying, and then
Aduh, kemarin berbincang itu disertasinya. Itu ya.
Itu lebih ke ini sih. Enggak, itu lebih ke oh iya. Nah itu jadi pakai pakainya kebalik gimana ya? Oh, kalau mau pakai hadis bisa nggak? Ya lah, nanti ada ini dia. Ya. Kalau anak mau mencari pen yang kalau la'anallahu al-mukhalifin Google.
And so please give big applause for our conservative Islam group. Okay. So here I would like to call the moderator who will be lead the speaker on and invite the speaker to the discuss. And please welcome Mr. Sultan Najib. Please give applause to Mr. Sultan.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Okay, how are you today? Okay, are you ready to start?
Okay. Let me lead both of the. This is not debate forum, but we have to discuss both of the two groups. The first group one is moderate groups, and the second one is conservative group. So I'd like to invite to the speaker from moderate group. Please welcome Ustaz Syaifuddin. Please come to sit here. And the second one from the conservative group, I'd like to ask to Mr. Henda, please come forward.
My dad, the child is very much here. But more, ask the speaker.
Who's the second speaker from the moderate? Okay, please, I'd like to ask the second speaker from moderate group, please. Yep. Yeah, please. The first group from the moderate groups, and second one who is the second. Yeah, please. Yes. Okay, I'd like to ask the second speaker, please. Yes, representative from the.
Kalau nggak ada channel saya
Okay, please. Okay, give them applause, everyone. Yeah. Okay, let's begin for the first. Maybe I'd like to ask for the first speaker to give the opening speech or explanations. Immediately explanations, both of your groups. The first one, it will be delivered from moderate group. The second one will be delivered from conservative group. So, please, for the first speaker, I will ask to Ustaz Syaifuddin. Please.
Thank you very much for the ceremony that gave me the opportunity to explain about gender equality in Islam. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. How are you today? Fine. So we are fasting and we are so tired, so sleepy maybe, but we have to spirit and to explain about this title because this title was very suitable in our life today. Okay, before I will open my explanation, let's say thankfulness Allah Subhanahu wa Taala because He has bestowed us beyond that mercy, so we can attain this peaceable meaning without any obstacle. Second, He blessing installation due to one most honorable Prophet and Messenger named Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam by scaling us from the Jahil era to the Islam era. Well, my beloved brothers and sisters, if we talk about gender equality in Islam, we often find in many articles in the verse of Holy Quran, in the Hadith, that explain about equality of gender. And I will bring you in first point from the definition. What the meaning of gender? According to etymology, gender means sex. Sex, you don't think of sex about ML making love, not. Yeah, but sex is male and female. Yeah. This is about etymology. And terminology, sex is gender is different. The different between different responsibility, different due between man and woman. Moreover, in our body, if the woman if you grow up, you will have a big breast, you will have and your shoulder be small, and the people, if the young, if the man, so your voice will be up, and the others. Now in gender, in Islam, encompasses various aspects, including rules, right, and expectation for both men and women. As outlined in Islam teaching, while interpretation and practice vary across cultures and religions, Islam emphasizes the equality of all individuals before God, regardless of gender. However, there are differences in the rules
and responsibility assigned to men and women, often rooted in cultural and historical countries. In Islamic jurisprudence, there are specific guidelines regarding issues such as a marriage, inheritance, dress code, and interaction between gender. For instance, while men and women are considered equal in spiritual walk, there are differences in the roles they may play within family and society. Men are typically seen as responsible for providing for the family financially. This is the responsibility as a husband. While the women are often viewed as primarily responsible for household duties and children. However, these rules are not universally applied and vary significantly based on cultural, social, and individual factors. Islamic feminism has emerged as a movement seeking to address issues of gender equality within an Islamic framework, advocating for women's rights and challenging. So that in the Holy Quran, Ar-rijalu qawwamuna 'ala nisa, that the man is better than woman. Is this reachable in this era 4.5? Even in Jahiliyah era, woman only in home, only in 3 places. You say in Indonesia, dapur sumur kasur, right? Yeah, only in kitchen, only in bedroom, only in others. But in this era, moreover in Jakarta, we need so many needs in our housewife. You know that how to survive from in Jakarta is very, very expensive. Moreover, if the husband only excuse me, this driver online, how much the salary? It's very cheap, it's very little. Moreover, to survive in Jakarta for about 5 million a month, but his salary only 2 million. If the wife didn't help him to earn the money, how can they can live? So that in this era, woman and man is equality between man and woman. Man can work in the ministry, can work in the office, can be a lecturer, can be soldier, and the woman also can be. So that we from the modern Islamic Quran, we say woman can active in public area. That's all for me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you so much for Mr. Saifuddin. The next one is we move to the conservative groups.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Okay, please. Okay.
Okay, I hope I can make it shorter. Okay, good day everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, this topic is very interesting to discuss about the perspective from moderate and conservative. And this time, I want to explain about the conservative perspective, talking about emancipation gender. So as we know, like Islam emphasizes the important role of women. Woman al-madrasatul ula, yeah. In various aspects of life through its teaching teaching and giving example about life of Prophet Muhammad with his wives, and there is some ways of Islam highlights the significance of women. So the point is how to equal spiritual status. Islam teaches that man and woman are equal, their spiritual worth and accountability to women, highlighting their roles as mother, daughter, sister, and wives. And the Quran instructs believers to treat women with kindness, fairness, and compassion. So woman is just not only in home, but women have to build a home for husband and for children too. Because of that, women should be learn more about Islam and life to teach to the family, because the important thing in home is come from the woman. So why Islam want to protect the woman to stay in home, to educate their kids, and to make the home or the husband's life is everything to just to make it better in home with the family. So women give economic participation too. Islam grants women to the right to own, inherit, and manage property and wealth. Women are encouraged to engage in lawful economic activities and contribute to the financial well-being of their families. And also, role models from women. Islam provides example of exemplary women such as Khadijah, Sayyidah Khadijah, the Prophet Muhammad's first wife, who was a successful businesswoman and supportive partner in the early days of Islam. She can manage the home, she can keep everything in her home with husband also and the children. And these role models inspire both men and women to strive for excellence in their lives. So overall, Islam underscores the importance of women in society and recognizes their contributions to family, community, and the broader world. It promotes equality, justice, and dignity of all individuals, regardless of gender. So Islam protects women. Many ayat in Quran talking about that. So there is a role model and how conservative Islamic views on gender emancipation prioritize traditional family rules, modesty, education, employment, Islamic guidelines, and legal rights, and recognition of both men and women's contribution to society. That's all I think.
Okay, give applause everyone. Okay, I'm sorry to say, because we don't have unlimited time, so I don't want to extensive points, but we hope I've already finished our discussion today. And after this, I asked to both of the groups to declare something like peace. Okay, please.
Declaration, make declaration. That you will.
We still not debate.
No.
Just simulation. Not really. Okay.
I will just answer what he said. Okay.
I want counter recording statement.
But we don't have time. How many? It's not fair.
It's not fair. I think it's not fair.
Sounds like you're not concentrating.
After passing one.
Okay, we will continue with Mr. Unggul after now, and this simulation. I think in the end of discussion like this discussion, every speaker come forward and make a statement to make peace and what we say as declaration. Declaration. Okay, we do it.
We declare.
Excuse me, Mister. I, from the moderate Islam, say that women can active in public area, but conservatives say women must stay in home to create concentrate responsibility with your children.
Because
it is different. Can you make this calculation? It's different.
Because it's nature. It's nature. And baby. Women should deliver a baby and they have to educate their baby.
Of course, but if you want to buy milk, you want to buy pampers, money.
You as a husband should give us.
As we know about Sayyidah Khadijah to control her very huge business. She's a very successful businesswoman, and how she managed that? No, she just don't by herself going that business.
Khadijah, long ago, apple to apple, we live in a corporate.
Okay, boys, yeah. I'd like to ask every single groups to give a speech, a closing statement. Okay, so please from the moderate group first.
Okay, thank you. In one group, we agree about that a woman can active and be a creator in public area. And then we have example like Queen Bilqis.
she succeeded in leading the country of Salah. So we agree about women can active in public area. Thank you.
Okay, next please from the.
And we are as conservative group now realize that today this is not the same before. Before we are using a camel to transport, to travel from here to other area. Now we have a car. How is possible if a man only driving the car? There is no woman. There is no emotion control. Sometimes, yeah, there's no emotional control because now is rather than panic. Also, a man becoming very panic now. Yeah, very panic. Not only women, so she can drive fully safely in the road, right? And also, this is supporting each other can be supported. Either woman or men should be support each other, husband and wife. So, in the family, husbands not only doing what they are doing in the outside, they should also help the wife for doing like maybe washing the dish, maybe cleaning out the house, keeping the children safely. So this is not only duty for the wife. And we are now realizing this. It's come to be cooperate each other. Make applause.
We are peace.
Picture for us.
Jadi dekorasinya kayak perempuan adalah yang lebih baik gitu. Passing moderator. Passing.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for our three speakers. So guys, give applause everyone. I think it's enough. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Accept ya in their community. Jadi jangan dipaksakan untuk diterima ya. Ya, silakan.
It means in the dialogue there is agree and disagree.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Agree.
Yeah, agree and disagreement, it doesn't matter. Ya, kalau misalkan tidak setuju, if you disagree with, for example, from the Christian views or the Jews, it doesn't matter. I'm really sorry, Mr. Rabbi or Mr. Pastor. In Islam, blah 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 blah. You have to convey with rahmah, with the blessing. That's from the Quran, from the Prophet Muhammad. Yeah. So the third principle, ini diajarkan dari orang Nasrani loh. Ini dari Quran semua nih, oke kan? Dari Quran semua. Prinsip nomor 1 dari Quran, nomor 2 dari Quran, nomor 3 dari satu dari Quran juga ya. Honesty and sincerity, harus dengan tulus, ikhlas, dengan mukhlisin. Ya. We have to be a good mukhlisin, ya, the sincere person, ya, when doing a dialogue. Jadi harus jujur dan harus sincere dialogue, ya. Jangan memaksakan enggak. Ya. Kalau berbeda nggak jadi masalah. Number 4, silakan. Number 4.
Fourth principle.
Ya.
In a religious inter-ideological dialogue, we must not compare our ideals with our partner's practice.
But
rather, our ideals with our partner's ideals, our practice with our partner's practice.
Very good, alhamdulillah. Ideals, ya. This is very important. The fourth principle tentang idealis kita, tentang idealisme kita, ideal jawaban orang lain dengan ideal jawaban kita. Ini bagus sekali, banyak sekali buku-buku beliau mengutip tentang Quran. Jadi saya banyak belajar dari orientalis. Apakah orientalis menjadi seorang Muslim? Enggak juga, bukan. Apakah seorang Nasrani belajar Quran? Silakan aja belajar dari Quran. Tapi banyak prinsip-prinsip ini dari Al-Quran dan Sunnah, ya. Dalam dialog antar agama atau antar ideologi, ya, baik ideologi Pancasila atau komunis atau sosialis, nah ini ya, dialog, we must not compare our ideals. Kita jangan mengkomparasikan idealis kita dengan partner dialog kita. Ya, saya harus begini, Anda harus ikut kita dong. Nah, itu tidak boleh begitu, ya. Don't compare our ideals with our partners in dialogue. Ya, harus menghormati. Ya, kalau bahasa Arab itu apa? Nah, seperti itu ya. Tuh. Jadi harus saling menghormati. Ya. Jadi don't compare our ideals with our partner's dialogue. Ya. Jadi jangan mengkomparasikan idealisme kita ya dengan orang lain. Jangan. Termasuk kita dialog dengan debat dialog fikih atau dialog teologi dengan Sunni Syiah nggak jadi masalah, beda juga. Jadi kita harus saling menghormati. Ya, dialog orang intradialog, orang Sunni, orang Syiah pasti berbeda. Bahkan orang sama madhab pun, madhab al-arba'ah banyak pandangan. Ya, jadi jangan don't compare our ideals with our partner's dialogue. Jadi ada interreligious dialogue, ada intra-dialogue. Ini sama prinsipnya. Yes.
Batasannya dari compare itu seperti apa?
Kenapa? Batasannya?
Compare seperti apa?
Menurut pandangan saya adalah dalam prinsip dialog dengan saya, tetap kita adalah pacuannya Al-Quran dan Sunnah.
Tapi kan dalam dialog itu kan ada perbandingan-perbandingan.
Ada perbandingan.
Iya. Batasan perbandingan ini seperti apa yang bisa diterima dalam tekstual prinsip ini?
Kalau dalam tekstual seperti ini, kita lihat di bawahnya, ya. Pertama, the first set up skit that compare the virtues of one group with vices of a second or more group, the Christian valuing of life, ya. Bla bla bla. Kemudian second skit comparing with the virtues, the vices. Jadi kalau menurut si profesor ini adalah nilai virtus, kebaikan kita. Kebaikan. Jadi nilai batasannya nilai kebaikan. Jadi mulai kebaikan ini banyak variasinya, bisa menghormati atau kita bisa menjaga statement orang lain atau bisa kita menjaga toleransi dari orang lain. Jadi batasannya adalah nilai kebaikan, the virtus ya. Jadi pro, the first, the second. Jadi gitu. Jadi kita tidak boleh mengkomparkan idealisme kita dengan orang lain. Tapi menurut Profesor Leonard Whitler, batasannya itu adalah nilai kebaikan kita. Kebaikannya apa? Bisa kita nilai toleransi kita, bisa kebaikan dengan saling menghormati kita. Jadi sebetulnya dalam dialog itu tidak ada right and wrong, tapi bagaimana kita bisa menghormati pendapat orang lain atau kita bisa memberikan nilai-nilai statement kita dengan nilai kebaikan kita, the virtus ya, moral virtus. Virtus itu morality. The fifth principle. Yes, next. Yes. Jadi prinsip yang kelima, each participant must define himself. Setiap peserta harus menjelaskan dirinya sendiri sejelas-jelasnya. Ya, tidak boleh berbohong. Contoh, saya Sunni, saya pengikut Imam Madhab Syafi'i, saya Asy'ariyah. Itu harus dijelaskan dengan sekomplit-komplitnya ketika dialog. Karena apa? Biar tidak ada kecurigaan. Ya, harus dijelaskan dengan sejelas-jelas mungkin. For example, if a Christian, okay, I'm evangelical, I use the Book of Mormon, for example, ya. I follow the Jesus Christ Saint Latter-day, for example, my church as evangelical, bla 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 bla. Jadi harus dijelaskan sejelas-jelas mungkin, karena biar tidak ada kecurigaan. Jadi masalah. Kalau Anda mengikut Imam Syafi'i, ya nggak apa-apa, jangan malu. Atau Anda mengikut Imam Asy'ari, ya, teologinya nggak ada masalah. You must define yourself. Ya, each participant must define himself. Ya. Jadi only the Jew, for example, can define what it means to be a Jew. Jadi contohnya nih, hanya seorang Yahudi dia bisa menjelaskan keyahudiannya sebagai seorang Yahudi. Jadi bukan seorang Muslim menjelaskan seorang Yahudi, karena dia sebagai seorang Yahudi. Contoh, dia mungkin tahu, cuman hanya bisa menjelaskan, ya hanya pengetahuannya dia. Tapi dia sebagai seorang Yahudi. Makanya oleh karena itu, kalau kita seorang Muslim tradisionalis yang datang dari kampung, yang datang dari guru seorang A, B, C, dan D, kita harus jelaskan. Guru kita si A, si B itu harus kita jelaskan ketika kita partner dalam dialog, ya, supaya tidak menimbulkan kecurigaan. Jadi each participant must define himself. Jadi setiap peserta harus menjelaskan dirinya sendiri, bukan orang lain. Oke? Okay, the sixth principle.
Each participant must come to the dialogue with no hard and fast assumption as to where the points of disagreement are.
Oke, jadi setiap peserta harus datang ke dalam sebuah dialog itu, ya, with no hard and fast assumption, ya, jangan ada asumsi yang berat-berat, ya, asumsi yang cepat, ya. Contoh, nih, contoh kita ada yang orang Yahudi nih, orang Rabai, ya, orang Rabai. Saya benci banget sama orang Israel, saya benci banget sama orang Yahudi. Ya, saya benci banget orang Zionis. Jadi ada klasifikasinya. Emang orang Yahudi setuju dengan negara Israel? Enggak, semua orang Yahudi. Jadi jangan ada generalisasi. Kemudian apakah seorang rabai itu adalah kiai atau ulama, ya, disebutnya rabai. Apakah setiap rabai itu setuju terhadap Amerika? Enggak, setiap orang rabai setuju. Ya, jadi jangan terlalu berat-berat asumsinya. No hard and fast assumption. Jangan ada asumsi yang berat atau asumsi yang cepat. Jadi dalam dialog itu, ya, ketika kita ada poin yang disagreement, itu jangan ada hard and fast assumption. Jadi jangan asumsi yang cepat atau yang berat-berat. Jadi tidak semua orang Yahudi itu Zionis. Jadi tidak semua orang Yahudi itu adalah seorang Israel. Jadi tidak semua orang Yahudi itu, banyak orang-orang itu sama kayak tipikal orang Muslim. Ada tradisionalis, ada progresif, ada modernis, sama juga. Jadi tidak semua orang Yahudi itu ada setiap pemikiran di orang-orang Muslim, enggak. Apakah seorang Nasrani itu menjadikan umat Islam? Enggak. Apakah seorang Nasrani itu seorang misionaris? No, enggak. Banyak juga. Jadi setiap individu baik Muslim atau non Muslim, ya, ketika dialog itu no hard and fast assumptions. Oke? Jadi jangan cepat menjudge, ya. Nah, jadi kalau dalam bahasa Islam itu apa? Jangan suuzon dulu, ya. Termasuk saudara sesama Muslim, apakah kita suuzon? Jangan suuzon dulu, ya. Nah, itu prinsip kita. Kalau bahasa Islam itu, jadi jangan suuzon duluan, no hard and fast assumption. Jadi itu prinsip dalam dialog. Oke? Number 7.
Number 7, next is a dialogue can take place only between equals, both coming to learn.
Ya, oke. Jadi dalam dialog itu can take place only between equals, both coming to learn. Jadi dalam dialog jangan merasa di bawah dan di atas. Semuanya harus equal. Karena dia bahasa Inggrisnya pintar, karena bahasa Inggrisnya bagus, kemudian karena menguasai teks atau menguasai panggung, bukan berarti kita di bawah. Tidak, ya, jangan. Dia banyak mengutip tuh dari Al-Quran, dari Bible, dari Taurat, ya, Taurat orang Yahudi. Apakah kita harus kalah? Enggak, itu bukan dialog, ya. Jadi dialog itu harus equal, ya, harus equal, ya. Itu paling penting dalam dialog. Jadi kita tidak merasa tinggi, kita pun tidak merasa rendah, ya. Jadi selain tadi ungkapan dari sincerity, honesty, kemudian don't compare with other partners, yang selanjutnya adalah, ya, no hard assumption and fast assumption. Yang selanjutnya adalah must be equal, harus sederajat, harus sama, ya, jangan memaksakan kehendak. Jadi harus equal, ya. Itu the next 7 principle. Kemudian 8 principles. Next.
Dialogue can take place only on the basis of mutual trust.
Kemudian approach
first those issues most likely to provide common growth, thereby establishing human trust.
Very good. Come down. Dialogue can take place only on the basis of mutual trust. Jadi dialog itu hanya bisa diadakan dengan basis mutual trust, saling percaya, ya. Jangan saling suuzon. Kalau dialog itu ada suuzon dan lain sebagainya, itu bukan dialog namanya. Jadi the basis of mutual trust, harus saling percaya, ya. Jadi jangan saling suuzon, harus menjalin mencurigai, dia mau mengkristenin kita, enggak, jangan, ya. Nah, itu harus equal. Kemudian kita memberikan equal trust, ya. Makanya dalam prinsip-prinsip dialog itu kita bukan mencari kebenaran dan siapa yang salah, tapi bagaimana kita dalam dialog itu can take place only the basis of mutual trust, saling meyakini, saling menghormati, saling mempercayai diri, ya, saling percaya. Ya. Kemudian to provide a common ground, ya, harus memberikan ya common ground, atau dalam bahasa Islam itu kalimatun sawa, ya, kalimatun sawa, common platform, ya. Ada sebuah studi di Jordania, sebuah pertemuan ulama-ulama dunia pada tahun 2007, ya, dan dibahas oleh para scholar dunia, yaitu a common word, ACW, a common word principle, ya, prinsip-prinsip kesamaan antara Muslim dan Kristen. Nah, itu di Jordania tahun 2007. Ya. Jadi prinsip-prinsip kesamaan dalam Nasrani, Yahudi atau dialog antar agama itu prinsipnya harus to provide a common ground, bahwa yang sama-sama dulu. Ataupun nanti berbicara yang beda itu nanti. Tapi dalam dialog itu harus mengedepankan a common ground, common platform, ya, prinsip-prinsip kebersamaan, ya, establishing human trust, yaitu untuk melahirkan human trust, ya, kepercayaan antar umat manusia, antar peradaban. Karena apa? Apa yang disampaikan oleh Prophet Muhammad to the world, to the universe, is apa? A common platform, universal, ya, untuk semua umat manusia. Jadi dalam dialog itu harus memberikan mutual trust, terutama adalah to provide a common ground. Jangan perbedaannya dulu yang disampaikan, tapi persamaannya dulu. Contoh, Islam saling menghormati tetangga, Islam Nabi Muhammad memberikan feeding to the poor people, ya, to the Jewish. Bagaimana narasi ketika dalam hadis Nabi Muhammad memberikan menyuapi orang umat Yahudi. Nah, seperti itu dulu, ya. Ya, kemudian ketika Kristen Najran ketika mau hijrah, itu dalam ada hadisnya, itu sangat sahih sekali dan dibahas di dialog agama. Ketika umat Najran pindah ke Mekah dan Madinah, bagaimana respon umat Islam? Nabi Muhammad memberikan sholat bahkan, ya, di masjid, bahkan memberikan menyiapkan rumah-rumahnya untuk sholat, memberikan makan, ya. Nah, itu prinsip-prinsip dialog. Nah, itu bisa disampaikan ketika dialog dalam agama. Kemudian dalam chapter of Madinah, ya, kita sudah membaca mungkin As-Sahifatul Madinah, itu sangat dalam Sahifatul Madinah atau chapter of Madinah, ya, piagam Madinah, itu bagaimana kita jangan menyakiti, harus menghormati, ya, jangan membenci, ya, itu contoh-contoh prinsip dalam piagam Madinah. Termasuk ini salah satunya, ya, bagaimana kita harus memberikan a common ground, ya, to provide a common ground, thereby establishing human trust. Nah, ini prinsip-prinsip dalam piagam Madinah. Ini semua piagam Madinah semua, ya. Kemudian selanjutnya the 9 principles.
Person entering into interreligious, interdialectical dialogue must be at least namely
critical of both themselves
and their own religious or dialectical traditions.
Nah, ini dia prinsip yang ke-9 lebih kritis lagi. Jadi person entering into dialogue, seseorang yang ketika masuk dalam dialog agama atau dialog antar agama must be at least minimally, ya, self-critical of both themselves. Jadi harus ada self-critical terhadap diri kita sendiri sebagai umat Islam atau kepada orang lain, ya, both themselves and their own religious and ideological tradition. Jadi harus ada self-critical. Ya, contoh misalkan kita jangan malu mau kekurangan umat Islam. Contoh, misalkan kami dalam misalkan umat Islam kalau kita melihat ke toilet, di kampus UIN itu kotor sekali itu. Kalau kampus UIN atau masjid kadang suka nggak rapi, ya, Istiqlal alhamdulillah bersih. Kadang kita bau, ya, ke masjid. Jadi kita jangan malu. Jadi nggak apa-apa, self-critical, ya. Jangan merasa kita bahwa punya prinsip an-nazafatu minal iman, kita adalah kebersihan sebagai dari iman. Tapi ketika kita melihat musola langgar atau musola masjid, kadang sebagian dari kita itu tidak menjaga kebersihan. Nggak jadi masalah. Bahkan ketika di gereja pun sama. Kadang gereja lebih bersih kadang lebih dari masjid. Itu kita harus belajar bersama-sama lain. Nah, ini prinsip dialog. Nah, jangan kita tidak mempunyai self-critical of both themselves, ya, and their own religious or ideological tradition. Kalau kita punya kritik atau kita punya ketidaksepahaman, kita sampaikan, nggak jadi masalah. Tapi dengan sopan, dengan santun, ya, kepada orang yang berbeda dialog dengan kita, itu nggak jadi masalah. justru harus self-critical. Tapi kalau tidak self-critical, itu namanya bukan dialog. Ya. Itu disampaikan dengan baik-baik. Ya. A lack of such self-criticism implies that one's relation already has all correct answers. Jadi kalau kita tidak punya self-criticism ya terhadap tradisi kita, ya, jadi semua jawaban kita adalah semuanya benar. Ya, itu tidak bagus juga. Jadi harus ada self-criticism terhadap diri kita sendiri atau kepada orang lain.
How if self-critical make misunderstanding between we and our partner?
Kan dijelaskan, tabayun. Nah, justru itu. Jadi kalau kita ada prinsip yang yang kurang, misalkan dalam Islam itu dijelaskan, tabayun, clarifications. Ya. Jadi justru adanya dialog itu adalah clarification, to clarify something wrong. Jadi benar nggak umat Islam itu misalkan benci terhadap Trinitas? Jelaskan. Benci nggak? Bukan benci, tapi bagaimana kita menghormati. Ya.
Semacam juga untuk membongkar aib sendiri gitu ya.
Ya bukan membongkar aib, tapi bagaimana seperti itu bukan membongkar aib, tapi bagaimana kita menjelaskan. Contoh, katanya umat Islam itu suka berantem antara beda kunut yang nggak kunut. Ini yang self-criticism, ya. Contoh misalkan yang kritik, itu katanya suka berantem, benar nggak sih? Nah, dalam forum dialog itu dijelaskan, mohon maaf Pak, izin, kami bukan berantem Pak, kami berbeda pandangan bahwa yang kunut, yang tidak kunut itu adalah bagian dari umat Islam. Yang tidak boleh itu adalah orang yang tidak sholat, itu bagian di luar Islam. Contoh ini joknya. Jadi harus jelaskan. Kemudian umat Nasrani di Indonesia suka bertanya juga ke saya juga, Pak Gugun, itu orang yang tahlil nggak tahlil setelah 7 hari itu bagaimana? Apakah di luar Islam atau bukan Islam? Nah itu kita jelaskan. Jadi bukan membongkar aib kita. Jadi justru dalam dialog itu kalau ada kesempatan dialog dengan non Muslim, Pak izin itu bukan bukan dia di luar Islam atau tidak Islam. Justru di kami ini menurut pandangan madhab A, B, C dan J, pendapatnya seperti ini. Justru ada self critical terhadap diri sendiri ataupun pada orang lain. Jadi kritik terhadap diri sendiri bukan berarti kita memberikan bahwa agama kita kurang baik atau enggak, tapi bagaimana kita memberikan klarifikasi kepada orang lain agar mengaku terhadap pandangan kita. Contoh, next slide. Pak, bagaimana umat Islam mengucapkan 25 Desember, Natal. Nah, dijelaskan. Apakah membongkar aib kita? Enggak. Mau justru yang mengucapkan bagus, yang tidak mengucapkan juga bagus. Ya, ada ijma ulama dan sebagainya. Nah, ini kesempatan bagaimana kita menjelaskan. Kadang orang Nasrani orang itu tidak mengerti karena ketidaktahuan, maka timbullah rasa curiga. Nah, ketika ada dialog, maka ungkapkanlah dengan kejujuran, dengan self criticism, dengan don't compare to other partners, gitu kan. Nah, ini jadi prinsip-prinsip seperti ini adalah untuk membangun rasa kesadaran kita bagaimana untuk dialog lebih enjoy lagi, lebih menikmati lagi dalam dialog kita. Yes.
Terkait dengan menerima kritik.
Ya.
Ketika dialog terus kita itu dikritik terus. Artinya semua dibongkar sama pokoknya jelek-jeleknya umat Islam itu lalu sikap kita apakah harus membalas, attack, mengkritik kembali atau cukup hanya menjawab saja? Terkadang mereka juga sudah tahu jawaban, jawabannya seperti ini. Apakah kita harus membalas? Apakah kita harus mengkritik kembali terkait dengan ajaran mereka?
Ya, terima kasih. Jadi ini penting nih, bagus ketika dialog ini. Kadang kita di Barat juga sama. 5 minutes? Oke. Jadi menurut pendapat saya, setiap orang kan berbeda pendapat ya teman-teman. Jadi jangan semua saya juga diterima, dan saya hanya menyampaikan ini yang sudah saya pelajari. Mungkin setiap orang saya juga masih belajar dengan teman-teman semua. Jadi kalau pengalaman saya ketika teman-teman di Amerika Eropa bertanya tentang kritik terhadap diskursus Islam, kita menyampaikan dengan tabayun, clarification. Itu yang pertama, klarifikasi ya. Karena banyak sekali teologi-teologi Islam ya, bagaimana prinsip wahyu turun kepada Nabi Muhammad itu banyak dikritik juga ada orang non-muslim, nggak jadi masalah gitu kan. Bagaimana wahyu turun kepada Muhammad, apakah semua orang non-muslim menerima? Nggak jadi masalah, nggak terima juga kan, itu kan ada keimanan. Nah, contoh itu satu. Jadi biasanya kami menyampaikan itu dalam forum dengan klarifikasi, dengan tabayun. Yang kedua, kami menyampaikan dengan kejujuran, ya, honesty, sincerity, dengan prinsip-prinsip teologi yang kita punya. Contoh refer kepada Quran, As-Sunnah, dari pendapat ulama-ulama, ya. Tapi menyampaikan dengan kejujuran dan ketulusan. Yang ketiga, ketika kita menyampaikan perbedaan pendapat dengan non-Muslim, ada kritik, itu kita tidak menyerang. Pengalaman kami ya, sebagai mahasiswa di Barat dulu, kami tidak menyerang, kami menyampaikan dengan apa adanya, dengan diskursus lagi, ya, dengan menyampaikan kritik kembali, tapi tidak untuk bersih tegang atau mendebatkannya. Ya, contoh kami juga mengkritik tentang Trinitas, loh, kan Trinitas abad ke-17, kalau sebelum ada abad ke-17 mereka tidak percaya Tuhan dong, kan Tuhan Bapa itu Aba, sama kita juga mengkritik, sama begitu seperti itu. Tapi kita hanya mengkritik dengan sopan, dengan santun, begitu ya, dengan nilai-nilai moralitas kita, dengan kebaikan kita, tapi tidak memaksakan kehendak kita. Gitu. Jadi percaya nggak?
Social media, etc. So this for me, this training session that very first to us in Istiqlal, not just voice, that embassy work with us for Ramadan. So big applause to Singapore. Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador, Mr. Aaron, other colleagues from Singapore Embassy. And then also, I now try to respond again another question from Mr. Ambassador, that what else issue we work with. So besides the three areas that I already mentioned, we start from, I took the position first in the social division with Pak Asep as my head of division. We handle so many issues there, gender, women empowerment, millennial, youth participation, etc. under that division before it's separate with the voice of Istiqlal. So it's a long already, 2.5 years work on the issue. We invite people to come to talk, even during COVID pandemic age at that time. We work with interfaith groups here for the vaccinations, around 1,000 per week we get the vaccination for COVID-19. And that's what involved interfaith as well. So we do hybrid sometimes before we allow to have these things. But for us, like Grand Imam said in our Santunan event, that we hope that more and more for the future, especially regarding capacity building. For me, that's very, very important, especially for this young imam. They look like so cheerful during Ramadan, right? Pretend that you're not hungry, okay? You're not sleepy. And then they're really involved, engaged in our session with Mr. Zain first. The first day we have all about English. They are learning about vocabularies. That we think is needed for Islamic teaching and practices, because it's very important, because we try to adapt the concept from Singapore and other countries. The Imam not just who lead the prayer again. Imam is the leader who guide the community, who can move with the community to create change. So that's step by step we can do together. And then we hope that this event, language and leadership, and then also we learn about interfaith, gender issue. This is, you can see, Mr. Ambassador, they choose this topic. Pro and cons about gender, roles and participation. And then we just finish it, and then end up with Mr. Bubun session about conflict resolution. Then they come, hopefully they already come with the solution for this too. So again, thank you so much for our work together. From our gift of heart, thank you so much for the ambassador to come for every session of our program. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes. Thank you, Ibu, for the speech. Now it is my pleasure to call upon our Head of Social and Ummah Empowerment, General TNI Bapak Asep Saifuddin, to deliver his keynote speech. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies and the Ambassador and Harold, Director of Vice of Club Pak Andros and Mr. Faye and Mr. Gugun, Dr. Budi, everybody. For the first, we would like to thank Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala that this evening we can get together here. As a head of social affairs and empowerment of Ummah, I would like to thank you very much to Mr. Ambassador. 3 days, Mr. Aaron, 3 days. So this according with 3 days Ramadan Singapore Ambassador. Thank you very much. And then I do hope to you, all of us, we have studied it for 3 days, but I think this isn't enough. We have to improve and increase. Every time we have to study, especially about Singapore. For the next weekend, maybe Mr. Ambassador and Mr. Aaron would like to give us all of books, some books for reference for library here. So our Imam and our staff, we have to increase, improve about our science, especially about religion, about language. A long time ago, when I was Islamic University in Bandung in 1975, I studied 2 languages, English and Arabic. Before language, Arabic and English, we couldn't follow explanation for, especially for intermediate, advanced, the same in Arabic. So I was a Navy, and I have an icon that joined the Navy to see the world, Mr. Ambassador. I have gone to Singapore too. Yeah. And then we, now in the mosque of Istiqlal, especially, by language is the window to see the world. Language. That is why one of our ayah, Iqra, read and read and read. Without reading, you cannot speaking about the world. Thank you very much for your activity for 3 days, although we in hungry. But frankly speaking, when we are hungry, the science will there. The science will can what we call study effectively by hungry. But when our mouth full, thank you very much, Dr. Rosita. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you very much, Mr. Aaron and Mr. Jen and Mr. Lubun and all of staff. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak. The last but not least, I'd like to welcome the Ambassador of Singapore for Indonesia, Mr. Cox Foxing, to deliver his closing remarks. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, and peace and blessings to everyone today. Admiral Masayan, Gugun, Rosita, and a wonderful team. Thank you for having me here. It's such a pleasure to be spending time here at Istiqlal Mosque. And the congratulations are to all of you for completing this. It never occurred to me that you have to do this while you're fasting, and that makes it a little bit harder. Yeah, but at least there's aircon, and it's cold. But next time we can also do this outside of the fasting, right? So it'll be okay, you know. Yeah, one of the best things is to enjoy food and drink and discussion. Discussion is very important. So I really want to congratulate you for completing this course. Judulnya apa ya? English for Islamic Leadership, Peace and Interfaith. Now, you know, for us, Ramadan is a period, a season for reflection, for renewal, for giving back to the community. I think even though we are not Muslims coming from Singapore, we have Muslim friends. I grew up together with friends, and we don't just honor and respect their tradition and practice, but we are very touched sometimes that they include us in these practices. So that's something that, you know, for us this year during Ramadan, Mas Aaron came and said, can we do these two things? I said, excellent idea. So the credit is to him.
Oh, yes.
So 2 days ago we were here in another room with children who are under the care of Istiqlal Mosque. Our purpose was to show them love, to encourage them so that they aspire to work hard and chase their dreams. Today, we're here to celebrate with you. And I must say, what really is gives me great joy is that there's diversity, there's ladies, and just looking at the gentlemen, you're all from different places and different, baju ada different style. So that's good. Variety, diversity, but we are united with a purpose. So I'm very happy to be part of this. So naturally, when this was proposed to us, we were very happy to do this. But also on Monday evening, when I was spending time with the Grand Imam, Professor Nasruddin, he kept telling me all the things that he wants to do. And the things that, three activities are very close to our heart. We understand the importance of moderation, of engaging community and creating that space for moderation. The world today, with social media and all that, you get a lot of extremes here. People who have opinions and they don't accept other people's opinions. This is not just even about religion, this is about everyday life. So for us, in a space of both faith and community, I think it's very important that we understand the importance of tolerance, respect, and of inclusiveness for each other's views. You know, listening to Pastor earlier, the point about Jesus also, you know, known as a prophet in a context, but it's true, you know, helping, healing, helping the poor. And in fact, if you read the book of Acts in the Bible, after Jesus died, his disciples, that was what it's about, helping, healing, carrying on after him. So the commonality is very strong. Yeah? And the point that Rosita made, each of you are leaders in your own community. And you don't just teach and help people learn in matters of faith and religion, but I'm sure everyday life when they have problems they come to you. So you are a social healer, a social leader, but you also build a bridge to other communities. And that's where we can help with the English. We are very happy to do this because bridge building today is harder. And the more skills, the more capability you can have, the better it is for all of us. So I think, you know, you heard earlier, I think Mas Aaron also shared how we do some of this in Singapore. But the most important thing for us, and this as ambassador, I find this commonality between Indonesia and Singapore. We have a very strong commitment to moderation, to tolerance, harmony across race and religion. You have it in Pancasila. We have it, you know, when our kids go to school, we say a pledge, like every day. after the national anthem, we say a pledge, and he's quoted a bit of this, that regardless of race, language, or religion, we all have a role, a place, a stake in our country. And I think this is very similar for both of us, and we're very happy to be working to promote this, because our government, we're 58 years this year, we work hand in hand with community leaders. I'm a Christian, I know that our church leaders work with the government. I have seen our Islamic leaders work with the government. In fact, they work very closely in even trying to rehabilitate terrorists who are detained. We engage the whole community so that there is a proper understanding of the spirit of the teachings here. So I think this type of activity, I'm very glad we were able to touch a few hearts with our effort. We are committed to do more with you. And if you have found it useful, then I think you've made a faith. The embassy is part of your home. Anytime you need something, we are here. So let us know. And I just want to congratulate you again and wish you a blessed Ramadan Kareem. Yeah? Mohon maaf lahir dan batin.
Thank you for the ambassador for the speech. Now I think we have plenty time we have. So we will open questions. Two questioners, and maybe appreciation for the ambassador of the or to representative people.
But this is not pro and cons, okay?
Just
to remind you, please.
It's okay. Thank you very much, Miss Sita, that you made me worried.
It's okay, it's okay.
Yeah, it's going to introduce yourself.
It's okay.
Because I am fasting, so it's very difficult to stand up. Okay, thank you very much for the time. Let me introduce myself. My name is Syafruddin. I come from Sunda Kelapa Mosque. I have one statement and two questions. Saya ada satu pernyataan, dua pertanyaan. Pernyataan, in Indonesia, we have so many religion, 6 religion, and so many people, Muslim population, from Indonesia to 270 million people here. But we make be one because we have Pancasila and we have Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, diversity in the unity. In Singapore, there are so many religions, as Mr. explained us. In Singapore, there is like Pancasila or like Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Is the first question. And the second is, as we know that there are 70 mosques in Singapore. And one of them is Mosque Haja Fatima, successful woman in business, right? In Indonesia, if you want to build the mosque, it's very difficult for the permission with the government, not only with the government but also with our society, with our environment. If we live in the middle of Muslim people and the Christian and the Catholic, we have to get the permission from them. In Singapore, if you want to build the mosque or the church, it's easy or very difficult. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the question. Your question reminds me of one thing as I was learning about Indonesia. So one conversation was with Bapak Yusuf Kala, and he said that when he was vice president, he passed this regulation where any community that has, I think he said 200,000 signatures in the community, whether it's a mosque or a temple or a church, if you show that the community need it, they will be sometimes it's hard to achieve, but the system has a way for it to be done. For Singapore, it's much easier because we're small. But we also are quite, because we're small, the central planning is easier. So I was just confirming with Master. Basically, when we build a new town, new area for community and living, we will allocate land for places of worship. So mosques, temples, churches, that's, I think that the government looks after basic, there will be enough in every. But I also think if there are demands and a community wants to build more outside, they can raise their own funds to buy land and do what they need. So in a way, our planning, our city planning and all that incorporates this into to allow places of worship which are sufficient for the community. And one other aspect which I don't know whether it touched on HDB quotas. So the largest developer of housing in Singapore is the government. There's an agency, ini rumah susun yang dibangun pemerintah. So they ensure that in every new town that they build, the population who buy those apartments follows a quota that reflects the actual mix of ethnicities and therefore religions in our. So if today Singapore's demography is maybe 75% Chinese, 15% Malay, maybe I think 10% Indian. In every town, there must be, so the Chinese cannot buy more than 75% of the apartments, and Malays will be entitled to 15%. So that way, when I was a child, I go out of my front door, I see friends who are not just, so you don't have one race or ethnicity living all in one area only. That's a very common problem in parts of Europe and other parts of the world. So we learn that it's important to, for young children especially, you start from young. You interact and you grow up. When I was growing up in school, I had a lot of friends. So you learn little things like when you sit down and eat, never give food with your left hand and all. And then when I go to the US and I do that, people say, where did you learn that? How come you know? I have Muslim friends, why would I not know? Yeah? Because it's very natural for us. It becomes part of my upbringing. I'm not just Chinese and Christian, but I'm Singaporean, and I have Malay friends, Tamil, Indian friends who speak Tamil, different. So that when we say harmony, it is not just that we don't attack each other. It is that we actually live together, we celebrate together. So in Singapore, we call it Hari Raya. They think of Lebaran as a day to celebrate. Yeah, and that is the spirit of Lebaran so even for the non-Muslims, we understand it as a day to be celebrated, and I think that's quite a nice. I mean, things change over time, and now we have to try to keep that spirit. We have to try to maintain the understanding. So in a way, places of worship, people in all new towns and established areas, there is adequate provision for it. And then if communities want to do more, there are ways to discuss and get the permission and raise the money to do it. and this is for all religions. So I think that the key is the government sees a need to promote and to ensure that all communities have maximum ability to interact and for others to understand each other together in the society.
Thank you.